place in the church parking lot. For the roadside digital sign, the amphitheater and the Muckleshoot Casino. 7 days a week, we could fly like amphetamine. We could get a in the 70s, like we're in a dream. Before Jamie cut his finger off in the wood shop, working on a fun box, we were kick flipping on the backtop. Backlot, our spot to engage in ascension. A lot of space to accommodate convention. A's when your name gets mentioned. On a Friday, you will pay attention to when the sun goes down. 7 days a week, we could fly like amphetamine. We could get a high in the 70s, like we're in a dream. Seven days a week, we could fly like amphetamine. We could get a high in the 70s, like we're in a dream.
Or there's the law, which is the standard, then the person obeys the law. There's like a two-part thing. So what are the two parts? Right? What is being fulfilled and what is the fulfillment in the first Kai?
The link is in the comment section, and I'm just going to wait for someone to join and watch part of the debate until somebody joins me. All views are welcome to join and will be heard and be given fair hearing, no bullying. And I want to encourage you to join if you're interested in talking about theology and discussing the debate, which I did not see the first part of because I was working, but I'd love to have somebody who saw more of it until I do. But thanks for coming.
When it says Abraham believed God and it's counted to him for righteousness.
What is fulfilled is Genesis 15, and it's fulfilled by Abraham's belief. The scripture
So, I'm sorry, say one more time. I missed
the
that.
thing that is fulfilled is the scripture, okay? And it's fulfilled by Abraham's belief.
Okay. Abraham's belief was many years before Moses wrote Genesis 15. So how isn't that temporarily reversed, where if that's what you mean, like basically
Yeah,
it
but
seems
also the sacrifice happened before, right? The sacrifice happened before, so it doesn't matter.
it did.
From what I have seen of the debate, I was so I'm always pleasantly surprised when I watch Turretin Fan and Chapa Stika, because they say stuff that like I thought nobody believed anymore. Did you see much of the debate?
Yeah, I did see a little bit of it. I was sadly watching two videos at the same time, so I didn't catch like everything. And it was really weird because it seemed like they both agreed that it was works plus faith, but they just disagreed over whether it was for salvation or rewards.
Oh,
So yeah, I don't know. Maybe I missed something, but that's what I gathered anyway.
oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my cord came out. So yeah, it's me, the cult guy, bald head. I'm a painter, yes. Oh, yeah, I know it's kind of dumb to do an after show if you missed part of the debate, but I was just wanting to hear more about it, and I did see some of it, so a good towards the end there. But I like to host these because it kind of gets the discussion going. So if everybody, sorry, I'm trying to fix my microphone; it broke. I'm always like, pleasantly surprised when I hear Baptist people, because I think Dan's a Baptist, and so that's such a broad term anymore. There's so many different kinds of Baptists, but like you start to think in your little corner that you're going crazy when historically Baptists believe like Dan talks, and so many now are like would say to say such ideas. He made the distinctions that I would make, that the reformers made, whether right or wrong. The point is, that's what the streams of the traditions people have now, that they're the tail end of, believed. And people want to tell you you're wrong, and it's like they don't even know. Man, I'm trying to fix my mic. Give me a second.
All right, no worries, man.
Hey, what's up, A's? Did you watch much? How much did you see?
I saw basically the whole thing. I missed a couple parts here and there, but I was able to watch the openings and most of it, basically.
What do you think about Dan's little less extreme position for being a Baptist and believing in eternal security, or affirming eternal security? I mean, I would say he's way more classically, kind of Reformation theology for as a Wesleyan or whatever in a way, but only, or I should say, I don't know what you'd call that actually, because Wesley was not once saved, always saved, but it's a more reasonable, I guess, is what I would call it. More classically,
I agree.
Historically reasonable. So
yeah,
it's like
I think that. Well, go ahead.
No, yeah, go ahead. I'm trying to fix my mic. I'm going to shut it off for a minute.
Yeah, I think that Dan's view is interesting. So he's not a Calvinist, but he believes in perseverance of the saints. So I just think that there are some philosophical issues with that, and I guess I'd have to elaborate more on exactly what he believes. But I definitely think that his view is yeah, like you said, more moderate, I guess, or
yeah, and I think that's classically much more like Baptists have, just even until like I would say the middle of last century, all spoke that way. Like I always like to, from what reading I've done and just my understanding, like more old school people, like they're gonna, like, if you went back like 150 years into a Baptist church, I think you wouldn't think they had anything to do with what you hear today often, as far as holiness goes and such like that. Like, I don't know, it'd be so interesting to kind of or to have like a better grasp of that, because I think it's easy to just get stuck in your echo chamber and think, oh yeah, that's what everybody always believed, and trying to be reasonable. I would just say I don't know, when I watched, I'm not saying Eli is like, I think he's actually reasonable too. It's interesting to hear him Charles' talk sometimes, because they're both free grace, but like they come at it from different angles oftentimes, which kind of butts heads. It's interesting to see people when they agree on ultimately the way salvation works to disagree a little bit and see how that interaction is. But James too. Yeah, go ahead.
I just think that for anyone who's free grace, you have to do exactly what Eli did in this debate, which is fundamentally reject the meaning of the words in use and reinterpret them in the light of your own belief system. So we saw Eli doing that over and over and over again, where there's a word, if 99% of people read it, they would think, oh, it means this. But then, no, Eli finds some way to reinterpret it in a way that doesn't mean what, a normal person would think it means.
Right, so it changes the entire outlook of the text, and it's like that it doesn't fit the context. Like, I don't think you're drawing the right conclusion.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. I just want to say.
Go ahead.
I want one sentence. I just want to say it ends up being nonsensical, which is exactly what Yahoo just said.
Yeah, I think some of the verses, like if you're trying to be unbiased, like I like to try to like see it how people may be seeing it. Honestly, it's hard to know, right? Because somebody develops the theology and maybe has a better reason than someone espousing it. And I'm not suggesting that's the case with anybody in particular, but I think you can't totally judge a view based on one person talking about it necessarily. But I would say it does feel like I was watching Turret and Fan and Dan kind of doing their prep like they do, and they talk about different things, and they were reading Dillo, which I think Eli would have subscribed to, and he mentioned those guys, the kind of the Free Grace Baptist kind of whatever commission or whatever, and Dan and Turret and Fan were talking about, and like they just seem. From my perspective, it just feels like they're just being really honest with the text when I hear them like discuss it and the possibilities of what it says and what it seems to be saying. And so I really appreciate that. And they conduct themselves very Christian, and as far as I can tell, as far as I understand what it means to act appropriately. And so it's like they keep me sane when I watch them, help me from going crazy. But like when you read James 2, this idea that I think you asked the question at the end there, Ace, about justification before men or whatever. Was that you?
Yeah, that was me. I had a little bit. I kind of got egg on my face because I felt Eli. I kind of wanted to apologize because I attributed a position to him that he didn't state. But yeah, the idea was there, and you can go ahead about basically about the historical views of this verse and whether they supported Eli's position or not.
Yeah, I kind of came in when they were contending over the, I guess the main, what would you say the main difference between the way they argued for it was, if you recall? It seemed like when I came in, they were talking about it. They did bring up the whole, that whole issue. And it's like, well, or more specifically, is the faith in how much is the faith that's in view have to do with a salvific? Is he speaking in terms of ultimately being saved? Right. And so that's like the contention, right? What can you say about that?
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, that was kind of I think the main point of the debate was, what does it mean to be saved? And I just think it's laughable that you have, someone writing an epistle to the church, and obviously the ultimate concern is eternal salvation. And they're using the word saved and stuff like, and talking about eternal souls, and then somehow Eli finds a way to make it so that saved is talking about like temporal matters, like saved from danger or saved from the bad things that people do when they sin. It's like, no, that's clearly not something this author has in mind. Is I just think that's comical that anyone could come to that position.
Yeah, the same whenever they say that this is like being justified before men, like over and over again in the New Testament, it tells you not to be justified before men, but to fear God and keep His commandments. Like,
right?
Yeah, it's wild.
And I guess my question was exactly as Dan kind of reiterated and corrected, was like, where do you find a basis for this in Christian history? And he recommended a book to me which I've never read before, so I don't know what it says, but I have a hard time imagining. I think the reason he probably didn't answer is because there's no one who actually holds this interpretation until probably the last 1 or 200 years. I would guess that when James is talking about salvation, he's actually just talking about being saved from, the bad results of sin in this life. And clearly, I don't think you can read this and honestly come away thinking that's what's being discussed in the epistle.
And what gets me is people like quote these other books and these other people, and like you can tell just by listening to them that they've never read the Bible. And it's like, whoa, if you've never read the Bible, why are you reading books about the Bible? Like, why don't you just read the Bible and see what it says rather than what these other guys say it says?
Well, they're
That's
trying.
mind
They
blowing too.
use these more recent theologians to find a way to reinterpret the text into something that is more favorable to their own viewpoint. So the reason they're reading Dillo and whoever else these people are, which I don't know, was Dillo in the 18 or 1900s? I think he was was he in the 1800s? Dillo?
I thought he was a recent person.
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
had no clue. I just feel
Either
bad for
it doesn't
whatever
really
point in
matter.
history he lived.
He's a really recent person in relation to the rest of Christianity, and they're reading what he says because he's come up with a way to reinterpret the text in a novel way that fits with free grace theology. And so that's why they read them and promote them as, oh, this guy figured out a way to explain this verse in light of other verses, and that's their utility. They don't care what the original meaning was. They only care about how they can reinterpret it. Like, when I want to figure out like what was the most likely original interpretation of these verses, I'm going to go as far back as I possibly can to the original church. Like, I'm going to hopefully look for something in the 1st century, if not 2nd century, maybe 3rd century, wherever, as early as I can go, and say, okay, this person interpreted it this way. That means that this is what they're actually coming to, 1900 years later to find support for their belief system. And I just think that speaks to how incredibly
Joseph Dillo he's still alive. He's
oh
Oh
yeah,
my
so
goodness! Wow. Okay.
I haven't read it. I've just heard people quote him all the time, but
It sounds like he's like the new Schofield or something.
yeah, he's in that Dallas Theological Seminary thing. I'm still
yeah,
looking here.
it does look like he's still alive. I'm not entirely. He seems to have flourished in the 60s, the 1960s maybe.
That's when he got his PhD, I think, or his theological
okay,
degree.
so it's possible he's still alive.
Yeah, he is. It looks like.
So that's the thing. Like, they are unable to find like strong support for their belief system until literally 1900 years after the death of Christ. And that's not a definitive refutation of what they believe, but it certainly should raise a lot of red flags that, no one saw this for 19 centuries. Maybe that's because there's nothing there to see, and it's just something they're making up to, justify their new theology and things like that.
Yeah, I think is what the issue is. It seems this is my what it looks like to me. To be fair, I'll just say that from my perspective, and like I can't say that I've looked at it super closely, anything in particular, but it feels like it's coming to the text in such a way that you're kind of forcing, like you're kind of saying, well, it can't mean this, therefore what do we have to do? And the thing is, there's just so much written from so many different perspectives over history. But the funny thing is, it's really become extreme. I got really irritated the other day because like Charles always pokes at me for being Adventist, like he can just dispel me by saying Adventist. And I'm just thinking like, dude, That's just kind of like
Yeah, you should
unfair.
just be able to say Schofield and
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's just like
yeah.
dismissive. It's like, dude, let's just deal with honesty. The disagreements are, I don't mind that. It's just like, you're like throwing me under the bus. I'm just like, because in reality, and I don't want to make this about me at all. I feel like, from a certain, step back, and it's like, Adventists believe more like the reformers do, if anybody does, that's not Calvinistic. And modernly anyways, like, it's dispensationalism that's been developed, like, really in the 1800s, and then going, it seems like it's developed more, can become more and more and more extreme. As from my perspective, it looks to me like they have like a foundational thing, essentially, once saved always saved, and then they insist that if justification by faith is true, those who developed that historically from Augustine, the Calvinists, it's like, if you can't stomach Calvinism, I get it, but it's like taking from Calvinism doesn't belong outside of Calvinism in a certain sense. And so when seems like it's just gotten pushed to be more and more extreme, as like different groups have been seemingly anyways more honest with the text, and seen that they have to take more extreme positions to maintain the idea of the foundation, which is you can't lose your salvation, and essentially you just, what they affirm about that. And it feels really constrained. I'm not saying everybody who believes that way is dishonest. They're not, but it feels like the whole view is being propped up and kind of, from my perspective, kind of falsely defended, like, is like the bottom line. But like, I was studying what other people are saying and teaching about it. And I know they don't like being called extreme dispensationalists, but some of them go farther and further and farther. Like, first it's, some of the books are just for the Jews. There's two different covenants, more than one gospel. Then that seems really problematic. And then, they have arguments, but, and then they even go so far as to like, it seems like there's more and more extreme versions out there. Mid-Acts, Acts 2, mid-Acts, like the church didn't start at the cross, it started in Acts, and then no, that doesn't work for this or that reason, and so now it's late Acts. Now we got to throw out some of Paul's writings, even aren't for Christians, not just all the other books, and then of course they'll interpret like how I would interpret James and Hebrews and Second Peter and Revelation. But then they use that to say, obviously, then it's not for the Christians, for the believers in Christ, that's so beyond what I could ever even imagine accepting, and it's so non-Christian historical. It's like, and the scary thing about it to me is I actually appreciate some of these people like that I've met that are very mature, but at the same time, if I'm honest with myself, I have to say, like, what I think the gospel is and what they say the gospel is, they can't both be a saving gospel, I think, and so, like, what do you do with that? What do you say about that?
Yeah, you're right.
Amen.
It's incompatible with the two. It's incompatible. You're right. I kind of want to read this real fast.
Sure, yeah.
Just to finish out the thought we were asking. This is from faithalone.org, which is Bob Wilkins' website, and it says, what is free grace theology? This was written in September of 2014. So 9 years ago, almost. Yeah. And it says this is the first paragraph. The heading is free grace theology has emerged over the last 35 years. And then it says, I'll just read a couple sentences here. Although free grace theology goes back to Lord Jesus and to his apostles. Yeah, right. And it was certainly evident in the 17th through 19th centuries as well. Darby, McIntosh, Lang, Govett. It has really taken shape in the last 35 years. The Gospel Under Siege by Zane Hodges came out in 1981 and helped to define some of the major issues. But even today, there is still more work to be done and nail down all the particulars of free grace theology. So, it gives lip service. Oh, it goes all the way back to Jesus. But really, it's the last 35 years where people have really started to put the puzzle pieces together. It's like, how can... I don't know. I know we're beating a dead horse at this point, but I do want to show that this is their own. This is like one of the leading proponents of faith, of free grace, saying that basically it's been invented in the last few decades.
Yeah, it's really like they've developed answers to some of the questions. It just feels weird. But regarding the debate, I've watched Eli interact with Charles a few times, and he's not crazy free grace like some people are. I would say, like, he seems to take the Bible seriously. So I was appreciating that. I mean, I still think the view ultimately, is
It
not.
seems like Eli gets the details right, but then he just totally whiffs the conclusion. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Do you have any examples? Can you
Well, it seemed that I wasn't paying attention on which guy was for which side, but I listened to like the first like 5 minutes of Eli talk, and I was agreeing with everything he said. But then whenever he got to the end, I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa! Like, how did you use that data and come to that conclusion? Like, I don't know. Maybe I just missed something critical, but yeah, that's what happened to me at the beginning of the debate.
I've seen a number of places where I've also listened to Eli and Charles in their discussions. I don't know.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Go ahead. Keep going.
I was just going to say, I feel like ultimately for them to come to the beliefs that they have to basically reject a lot of what is being said and reinterpret it to mean the complete opposite of what it actually says. And I'm talking about like the teachings of Christ and the Gospels, and actually in a lot, like we saw today, like when he's talking about save, clearly James is talking about, he's not going to write an epistle for people who are interested in their salvation and their souls, tell them to, to be saved. He's not writing self-help advice. He's telling people how to save their souls, and he's saying it as clearly as he can. Save, can it save you? And Eli and his fellow thinkers have to reject it and say, no, it's not talking about salvation of souls. It's talking about being saved from bad things happen. It's I don't know. I don't think it's honest or genuine thinking, but
yeah, I think that to try to be like fair as I can, and you have to kind of interact with somebody a lot to really make a judgment on anything, if they're being dishonest or not. I don't get the impression that he is, but because you got to consider too, like we have certain backgrounds, and so we're gonna, or a certain history of the way we've been taught and understood things. So like if you're born into that that environment, and that's who your teachers said, and that's what your pastors said, I mean, that's going to be a lens. I don't think people realize how much they're shaped by their environment, sometimes in these issues. Like everybody, I try to think in that terms, and so I really do try to hear what people are saying, but like, it's hard to know when people are really interested in doing anything but suggesting, wanting to push for their view no matter what. And it's can become a psychological game with people. I just want to talk about what the text actually is teaching, and it just feels like that this kind of strain is just it has these really staunch presuppositions, and then that they're forcing it through, but that doesn't mean they're always wrong. They're not. And so some of the verses either certainly can be interpreted maybe differently than I think sometimes, or it's at least possible. But the question for me is, at the end of the day, it's like, what is the overall thrust? And it seems to me the New Testament, like, just, it doesn't make distinctions about, being a disciple or being a believer. I think that's invented. I think in the text just kind of assumes that anybody called to Christ is a disciple, and like to suggest that they must be different, that's not the calling for all believers, is to make disciples, is like a strain. Or if you read John 5 really strained, this is the witness that we have been given eternal life. And it's like that, and they quote that at me constantly, and I'm like, I see how they're reading it. I would just say, like, that's a reasonable way to understand it. But then to insist, in the light of all the other scriptural warnings and things that are said, it's like, and then the fact that, so I just like to encourage people, like, look, man, I get how you're reading it, but like, you got to be open to the fact that, like, don't pretend like you can't read that verse another way. That life is in his son. It's like the witness is that the way of salvation has come into the world, and that life is in the Christ. And so it seems unreasonable when people try to insist. And that's something I've been talking about. You got to watch the video I put out. I replayed it today, and I go through the church fathers on once
I
they're
saw
both
that.
saved.
That was a good one. Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, it's rather surprising, like how, as far as I can tell, I re-listened to it, and I was like, they clearly, you really, And I'm going to do a follow-up where I'm going to talk about how I think people might try to like wiggle out of what they're saying and then explore that, because some of them you can see how somebody might try to interpret, because just like they do to the New Testament scriptures. And it's just like when I hear Dan, when he did his Hebrews debate with Charles, like I'm surprised he's once saved, always saved, to be honest. But see, some people believe it in such a way where it's like, it's more like almost theoretical, because even Dan said in the debate tonight, it's like, look, he kind of reads it as hypothetical, but that God will keep you. And I actually have a lot of sympathy for that. And there's truth to that idea. But you know, he's like, but if it's not hypothetical, it's like theoretically, you know, if you apostatize, like truly, you know, because Romans really does say like the true believers will endure to the end. And so I think we should admit and say, if we're a conditionalist, that there is a sense that the New Testament says that, you know, I don't like it when people use 1 John 2 and say they weren't really of us. I think that's kind of dishonest, like, because they're just like melding, you know, they're assuming justification is permanent by definition. And I think that isn't the case, of course, because that's really, in my mind, what the contention ends up being is like, is justification necessarily permanent? Can you become unjustified? And I think that's most people who are eternal security, unconditional eternal security or whatever, they're basically arguing that the text talking about justification is permanent, and then they appeal to the verses about the surety of salvation through Christ. I just read those passages as saying the way of salvation is sure. God won't forsake you, and he's not going to change his mind, and he's not going to let people take it from you unwilling, you know, against your will. But I would say it's implied that, you know, because that's another interesting
Right,
thing.
and they'll say, you know, no one can remove you from his hand. And then, like, if you try and say, well, you can leave, they're like, well, then that wouldn't be no one. But then the same breath, whenever, you know, they're up against the universalists, they'll argue that, you know, anyone means all types of people and not every specific person. And it's like, how do you have both of those? That doesn't work that way.
That's what's so funny about the interaction. There's always like this trilemma of like where there's three people and they all have like an overlap with one of the other ones, but they don't agree with the third. And then the other two agree with one thing but disagree with the other person. And then the other two pair them up. And it's like a weird, funny way that I just notice that all the time. So when a Calvinist is arguing against a provisionist or a traditional non-deterministic once saved, always saved believer, I don't think that really works well without being Calvinistic, but I also can appreciate that ultimately someone's not a determinist, because I'm not either. But I think if I have to say I think Calvinists can be respectably, you know, eternally secure based on their kind of the philosophy of how they read the text, you know, but I ultimately disagree with it. But then I agree with the other people, but I don't think it's appropriate to take a once saved unless it's more like how Dan does. And so it's also that it's an interesting interaction with you get a universalist, because when it's just a Calvinist and a non-Calvinist that are both believe in eternal security, the non-Calvinist will be like, dude, it says Jesus died for everybody, all right? Limited atonement comes up, and nobody likes limited atonement except for some Calvinists. Even the Calvinists don't really like it, a lot of them. But it's so interesting because the way that the non-Calvinist eternal security advocate will argue against a Calvinist, and I agree with them, like, I don't believe in limited atonement. And then you get a universalist, and most of them are smart enough to realize they should adopt the Calvinistic soteriology. And then, they're like Calvinists who appeal in the same way the non-Calvinists appeal to those all verses, you know? So it's really funny. And so then the universalist gets all bent out of shape because he's like, I accept the Calvinist idea, but it says all, and the way they argue with each other is just really interesting. It's like, look, it's for all. And that's my bottom line. It's like, look, it's so obvious to me that Christ made provision for all humans if they repent, and but all don't come, and like that's why God has two opposing wills, because he desires all to be saved and come to the knowledge of the truth, but all do not. If he was deterministic, like people say, the Calvinists say, I would think everybody would be saved. There's a sense of me where I agree with the universalist, but I don't think it means all without distinction in that sense. It's, you know what I'm saying? It's funny, like how people now there's just so much to grab bag
Yeah.
cafeteria style, do your theology. It's just like you can believe whatever you want and find a source for it. It's just crazy.
I think at some level you have to come at it from like just common sense. Like if the like when the Calvinists say that God, well, they say, and I'm not criticizing necessarily, but when they say God is the one who chooses us and is the one responsible for regenerating us, then well, an obvious question is, well, why doesn't God just not do that for everyone? I don't know. Is that a legitimate question to ask? Like, if God,
Yeah.
it's see that's the thing where it's just like me. It's like, okay, well, then we have this really serious question of, okay, God hates sin, and God wants everyone to come to salvation, and God's the one responsible for bir- birthing people again and regenerating them. Why doesn't God just do it? And this is something I don't think I've ever heard a Calvinist. Oh, this is, God has his reasons. It's like, well, what's his reason for not saving everyone when all he has to do is like, you know,
Well, usually they'll say something like, there's a couple of different routes they go, or a Calvinist might go, but the ones I've heard are like, well, because some of them have this theodicy that says, it's all about God's glory, which is, rather pious and reasonable to take that view. God is sovereign. God is, worthy and holy, and we're supposed to, everything is for his glory. And so that's a lot of them, like James White will argue, CJ would argue this way, that, it's all for God's glory and he has purposes for redeeming, and he doesn't owe redemption to anybody, but he happens to be, by his grace, choose some to snatch them from the fire. But everybody, ultimately, it was deserving of hell. And so it's not unrighteous for God to not pick some. We all deserve that, right? That's kind of what they'd say. And so the fact that and then the rest they appeal to Romans 9, which we're going to talk about this weekend with a panel, Calvinist and non-Calvinist, but it's, so it's like, if you try to like think that's unfair, it's like, well, wait a minute, don't we believe that people are like not deserving of salvation? And so if you've saved some, like, aren't they lucky? And it's like, but God will use the destruction of the wicked for his glory, which I basically reject that notion. That I think God's going to be glorified when he ends the rebellion, and he'll be glorified when he gets rid of those who will not, humble themselves and come to repentance, because it's necessary that they be destroyed because they're not fit for eternal life. And so that's the way I look at it. But they make some good points. I would just say, I think that's kind of it kind of plays into the whole everybody's trash no matter what, and God just wants you to admit it. So and then that's all he cares about. And I'm like going, no, it's not quite. I don't think that's quite right.
Yeah, and yeah, they give their reasons, and for that one specifically, I don't I can't think of anything that would give God more glory than saving everyone, regenerating everyone.
Yeah, if he's ultimately the one like causing every aspect of it in every sense. So that's where I tend to disagree. I think that's why I say free will. Like, I don't think you have to defend free will to defend a non-Calvinist position necessarily, but for me, my theodicy it is about free will, because it is about, like, that's why God can have two opposing wills. If he determines everything and then declares that he wants all to be saved, but only some are saved, and he's determining everything, that's contradictory. In a deterministic world, two opposing natures or wills in God, in the mind of God, is a problem, because he's determining everything. And so the only way two opposing wills makes any sense is if there's another factor like free will or like other agents which get free decision, and he doesn't force it. He offers it to all. And that kind of, to me, people say God doesn't have to be fair, and I get where they're coming from, but I think in a sense God does have to be fair, or his justice wouldn't be perfect. And
I'm probably gonna dip out. I might actually rewatch this debate, because I was actually battling people in the chat more than I was actually watching. So
yeah, I'm gonna play some of it right now. But
well, yeah, I'll probably watch it on my own. But
yeah, it's cool.
I basically made all the points I wanted to make, anyways. Yeah, the free gracers, bottom line, they basically just have to reinterpret everything, and it bothers me that people are falling for it, and maybe they aren't, but well, some people are, clearly. So even one is too many. But I wish they would see that's what's happening. All right. Thank you.
All right, see you, man. Good having you. Yeah, I would say
Yes.
I think this is where it's like you really get to be tested about your character as a Christian, right? And I think it's so easy to, I know I fail all the time. I would say how to love people, but take the text seriously and your allegiance to God and standing on it as the truth, and how to interact with people appropriately, in so much as you're not placating if you honestly believe that this is a critical message and it's true and your soul is on the line, and then being honest with the idea that like these can't both be true. If they're right, I am a false believer, I guess. If when it really gets down to the line, it's like what they do think what I advocate for is works, but I think it's not. I think I believe in actual righteousness by faith. And I can't affirm what they're saying about the text, because it seems to me that it's actually making people who don't know God think that they're saved. And that if I actually believe this thing, how can I not oppose that? And it's like, how are you going to interact with people? It's a test in a way, like because you can either be a total jerk, and that's an easy way to go. And another easy way to go is to just like basically not take it seriously, and then kind of be nice and agreeable. And but they both can't be true. And there's such a tension here, I think, for me anyway. What do you think?
No, I'm with you. I mean, like, not only do I fear for my own salvation, but I also fear for other people's salvation. Like I don't want them to be tricked or deceived or anything like that. I want them to have the truth. So yeah, like it's heartbreaking whenever you see some of the things you see on YouTube. It's yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's like it's like hard to want to engage, but then that like affects your faith, because you're like, you don't really take this seriously. And so it's like, it's so easy
for real, the only reason I have a picture of a face on YouTube is because like nobody would take you seriously and let you talk on a panel if you didn't have a picture, so yeah, like otherwise I wouldn't even have a picture, and I really don't even enjoy it. It's just yeah, tired of seeing people deceived.
Hey CJ. Yeah, if anybody wants to join, all views are welcome. And you won't be talked out, down or anything. It would be nice to have somebody that's free grace come on, but I don't think a lot of people don't come over here anymore. So for whatever reason, but let's listen to some of it and kind of
Was
just
Charles having an after debate? Maybe we could just go right.
Probably. Yeah, maybe. Well, I want to hear some of the part I missed. So I'm going to play this opening statement real quick and just see what he says. And I won't play it too long, but if anybody wants to join, I'd love to have you join. So anybody else, particularly whatever your view is, I'd like to talk more about the debate if somebody saw more of it and has something they want to share about it. But yeah, here, I'm going to play some of it.
Tonight's topic, James 2. And for the Q&A period, we can broaden it a little bit to I
believe it necessarily results in a life of obedience. Now, I'm going to present no problems with the traditional interpretation, the Lordship interpretation. So the wider context of the epistle, the author assumes that the true faith may not result in obedience. That's why he says in verse 22, be doers of the word and not just hearers who deceive themselves. So James exhorts true believers, according to verse 18, to have a living faith. Why would he do that if it inevitably and necessarily results in life of obedience? James assumes a true regenerate might have a dead faith, and the end result is self-deception about how well that believer is doing in his dedication to God. So he's talking about religion, and it means worshiping in the Greek. It doesn't refer to.
This is an interesting take. I believe when Eli debated J.D. Martin, if I recall, on this very topic, actually, if I remember, it may have been a broader topic on the same kind of issues, but I know they talked about James too, if I remember. And he makes this point interesting because often I think Protestants in particular will, when they're describing righteousness by faith, but their lordship, but there may or may not be eternal security, we say things like, like you're saved by no works at all, because Paul like says that just straight up, obviously, right? And it's like people will say something like, well, yeah, if you truly believe, like it's automatically, it naturally follows that God does this work in you, right? Nobody wants to like make any suggestion like you have to like initiate anything, right? Which may be kind of disingenuous at times, or at least for me sometimes. I would say you are obliged to respond when it comes down to it. Like you have to live your life. God doesn't just like, you're not a puppet. And so you know,
it's definitely a two-step process, that's for sure.
yeah. And so he's pointing this problem out, that people use that language like it's not automatic. That's why James is exhorting you, or he's saying to do this, because if it was automatic, he wouldn't have to say to do it. And I think it's kind of an interesting thing to bring up. I just wanted to mention that.
Right, and like in Hebrew thought, the name of a pencil is I write with it. Like that is its name. If like I wouldn't ask you for a pencil. I would say, hey, would you hand me that? I write with it. Like the action or the purpose of an object determines what it is called. If it has no function, then it is useless, and like it's not an actual like thing. And so yeah, like I just we're stuck in this Greek mind of thinking, and we have no idea what these people are talking about, kind of.
For sure. Where's the where's the Jews that are like teaching that you can't lose your salvation? Does that even exist? Like, especially like through history? Like, that's the thing for me. It's like, well, you read the early church fathers like I did today, and it's like, and so there's people that come at me and are like, you're not even a Christian. You're not my brother. Like, I tend to like, if you love Jesus, like I can work with that, right? And like have a discussion with you, even if we just disagree on everything. But
right,
I'm going to treat you like how I understand Jesus tells me to treat people, even if they are heretics and they're not saved or whatever. Like I ought to treat them with dignity and respect at least. And it's just like, that's so ideologically possessed. And so to say things like to just think of the implications of if that were true, that like where's the warnings in scripture about the false, every false teacher. This is something it just struck me today when I was thinking about it. It's like, you read the early church fathers and the way they interpret the Bible. You read the Bible. If that were true, where are the warnings about false teachers and how they're teaching that you could lose your salvation? It's always about sin and the corruption of the world that you've escaped, and like, don't go back to it.
Right. Yeah.
It's exactly. Never like false doctrine per se, like some weird.
Yeah, like what are all these warnings doing if you don't have to worry about anything? And then if it truly is that easy, then it sounds like a wide gate that leads to destruction and not a narrow gate that few people find. Like it. Yeah, I just like everything's backwards.
And what's it like? Why is the New Testament writer so like worried about sin? Like Jesus paid for it all, right? It's like, no, they're always warning about corruption, not like corruption of like not saying the right doctrines. I mean that in a constrained definition of doctrine, but doctrines matter and stuff. But like, it's more about escaping the thing that it seems like the Bible is saying separated us from God in the first place, which is, sin resulting from a lack of faith and trust. And so, but it sure focuses a lot on the sinning thing. It's like they don't detach faith and sinning like we often do as Protestants, at least the Protestants and such, and evangelicals. It's like, I mean, I read that stuff and I think I wouldn't even really say it that way because it sounds like works-based salvation, but it's a big, well, anyways, let's listen to more of this. I don't want to go off on my tangent here. I want to respond to the debate a little more. If anybody wants to join, you're welcome to join. I'd love to hear more about the debate, the part I missed, and some interesting points if anybody has any about the debate.
To a regenerate state. He also forgets about his true identity when he looks at the mirror, which is God's word, and he forgets, as we see in 2 Peter 1, 8 and 9, the believer who forgets about his identity. And here's the verse. If you do not add these qualities, your knowledge of the Lord will be unproductive, useless. Okay, it's the same word as we have in James 2:20. a believer's faith might become useless or unproductive. Or look at 1 John 3, little children, let's not love with word or with tongue, but in deed and truth. That's James 2. Okay, so a believer might be this kind of a person with a dead faith. So let's begin with the theme of the epistle. What is the theme at all? What is James talking about? So it's generally agreed that we should view an introduction of the epistle as an authorial device that announces the central theme of a letter, okay? And the conclusion in the introduction will often be joined with the verbal and conceptual links that form a harmony of ideas, confirming the themes. So what are the implications?
Eli,
Well,
let me I'm just going to pause the timer there. I just wanted to make sure, brother, when you click share screen, did you also click share system audio? Because as you're moving around in your slides, there is some a little bit of background noise.
Might be able to
from your
skip like
keys
2
and-
minutes.
oh
10 minutes
yeah,
here.
it's my
I go
computer.
over the audio.
Faith and a rich faith, a mature faith and immature faith. And also, immediately after the section on faith and works, James again brings up maturity in 3:2. Now, what is a dead faith? Okay, James is not concerned with the audience's reality of faith. He's concerned about the usefulness and maturity of their faith, okay, as we saw in the introduction. Also, the use of the term death to describe what can happen to Christian appeals all the time in the Bible. We have it in 1 Timothy 5. We have it in...
I think this is a kind of a, like, it's not totally wrong, the distinction he's talking about. It is the case that James is, it's hypothetical, in a sense, but I think it's something that's a warning of something that's really an issue. But you can always appeal to like the hypothetical nature of any given exhortation or like claim. And I think the free gracers often jump on the fact like, oh, somebody mentioned that there's this aspect to the way to like read this grammatically or like how it's applied. You can kind of take these.
This is what I call mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
It doesn't say what it says, and here's all of this stuff.
Yeah,
and
I
this
found
book
this
I read, and this short story about me and my dog, and like it goes into a diatribe.
Not every dog has
just,
a leash, after all,
I mean, yeah, it gets wild. I just call it mental gymnastics.
The synagogue is here. Hello, sir. Did you see any of the debate?
Good to have you, CJ.
Yeah, so it's Eli's like a free grace, and Dan Chapa is of course a Baptist non-Calvinist. He believes in eternal security, but kind of more like the old school, I would say, where like he actually affirms once saved, always saved, but like more like an old school, I'd say, non-Calvinist type. You know what I mean? Like where he says the things the reformers say, So it's interesting. But you debated James too, right, CJ, against a couple times now?
Yeah, I debated. I've only actually ever debated it once, but it was against a free gracer. Joshua Gibbs was his name.
Yeah, isn't his dad like a well-known pastor too?
I'm not 100% sure about
I can't remember.
I'm fairly positive I was cheering for CJ through that stream. Oh,
that was a good debate. That was excellent. He totally destroyed the before men thing. I wish people would let that die. It's such a constraint on the text that it's clearly not saying. And most people that, I don't know, maybe I'm biased, but it's reasonable. You know what I mean? Like it's like you have to like not notice what the text is saying in context to like take that view, but you can like pick it out of one or two places by when you isolate it. It seems like and that's what they're doing. They're not like, which comes across dishonest in a sense, right? Or like really boxed up, I guess. I don't think everybody who espouses it is being dishonest. I just think it's not easy to like open your mind all the time, to different ways of looking at it. It's hard. It's a test for patience, I guess, with everybody, right? Am I right or am I right?
Definitely
right.
I'm curious. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say this text becomes kind of interesting for me, in the sense that I am, of course, Protestant, so I don't, so it becomes relevant in my conversations with the Catholics and the Orthodox. I am also Reformed, so it becomes relevant in my conversations with the Free Gracers. And again, mentioning being Reformed, it becomes relevant in my conversations with people who believe in conditional security. Because the Reformed tradition is in a somewhat interesting position where we largely agree with the Free Gracer in so much as that we believe in eternal security, but we think that the way that they teach it leads to abject heresy. And we also largely agree with the conditionalist in so much as that we have a heavy emphasis on the doing of good works after one is saved, but we think that the way that they describe it, though not quite as heretical, is still nevertheless wrong. And so James 2, it's like frequently coming up in those different battlegrounds for completely different reasons. And I just find it very, so like, I was just in the live chat, right? And I'm listening to you, and you're talking about how, you think that this implies, basically like some problems for eternal security. And the interesting thing about it is just that I could roll with you for like 95% of what you're saying in the video, although obviously I haven't been here for the whole video. And yet somehow we end up coming to different conclusions on that point. It's just very interesting to me how, and I think it has a lot to do with how theologically dense this passage is, but I also think it has a lot to do with how theologically light free grace theology is. Where it's like, it's not a very robust system. It's not a very systematic system, so to speak. It's kind of just like, well, I affirm this and I affirm this and I affirm that, and they don't really fit together with each other, but nevertheless I affirm it. Anyways, kind of ranting.
Yeah. So that's when I'm having theological conversations and I'm thinking about like trying to be reasonable and not be like reacting, which I do often, but sometimes it's fun because it kind of just helps you like. I think when I struggle less to say things that I want to say, it's when I'm kind of responding to something where I'm being somewhat triggered, you could say, in a certain sense, and I'm just like, it's kind of like a breaking point sometimes, and I'm able to communicate a little better, which I try to work on that when I could think of it. But I would say what you were just describing is, where it seems dense. It's just like with that thing I was saying at James 2. It's like they're not necessarily doing it on purpose, but they're like so focused on defending their view and not letting the text say what it's saying, it seems. I mean, I like to think I try to hear what people are saying and consider it as best I can. But sometimes you just are like, wow, man, like you're not acknowledging that like the thrust of this thing, there's like the immediate context and then a greater and greater context. And I think if you're not I feel like the only reasonable way to take the text as honestly as possible as a whole is to take it as a whole, and then or work from a text, it's immediate context, and then work outward, and then like ask the question, keeping all of it in mind, like what is it saying, what is this overall story about the Bible, what do I really believe about this, like honestly, and then like if you take it seriously, there's part of me that says you're gonna at least be open to seeing where people are coming from, if not not be constrained to like this idea where you just don't see this greater context because you're so focused on making each text, each verse say something because it can't say this. And that just seems like strained, like not letting the text speak. I want to say something like that. And that's like, if you're trying to explain away James 2 as being, well, I know, it's like they're always saying it can't mean this because we know this is true. And like if you're constantly have that lens, it just.
And usually when they say that, whatever they said is not absolutely not true, but they're still going to assume that it is anyways.
Well, the funniest thing is when you really like you quote like a whole paragraph of scripture and that's all you say, and somebody's like, "That's not true." I mean, I think we've all probably done that because we know what the person is like, what they mean when they quote it.
Happened to me.
It's like, dude, I literally just read the scripture. I
Like
didn't give
there
any
were no
commentary.
human words that came out of my mouth. Like literally all I did was read scripture. So if you have a problem with it, like your problem is definitely not with me.
Yeah, it's funny. I made a joke the other day. I can't remember who I was arguing against. I really want to remember because it makes the joke a little funnier. But I was arguing with somebody. I think it was a progressive.
Probably
Like,
me.
well, no, I think it was actually a progressive, like pro LGBT Christian. And my joke was like, basically, it was something along the lines of, Christians quote the Bible, liberals. Yeah, but that's not what it means. And,
Exactly.
you know, and I think that's largely true. Now, granted, you can come to genuine disagreements about what something means, but I think that there's a lot of times when those disagreements are forced on the text, you know, for reason of your presuppositions, which everybody has presuppositions. I know a lot of people like to get on the presuppositionalist, but in reality, every human being who has ever existed has presuppositions. You can't help it. It's just a fact, right? But regardless, I think that's a very common thing in free grace theology for people to see a text and say, no, it can't mean that because I believe this. And really, I mean, not to toot my own side's horn, but I think it would all be so much easier for you guys if you'd all just become reformed. It makes so much sense. You know what I mean? Like
I
we all
am
have
reformed.
Well, I mean, I guess if you
No,
want
I
to
know what you mean. I know what you mean.
I'm before reformed.
say again,
I'm before reformed.
before reformed. That's funny.
Yeah, he's a Judaizer, don't you know?
Well, actually, I think there are certainly some Hebrew roots who are weird and culty, but it's not a denomination. So there's also plenty of Hebrew roots who are not.
It's very strange. Like I find it strange when I run into other people. There is a very broad spectrum. Not gonna deny that.
Yeah, I mean, just to give an example that of people we all know, I would consider Yahoo a brother in Christ, and Mike Banner, love him. He's a great dude, but it's like I don't even know if we're talking about the same religion. You know what I mean? But both would identify as Hebrew roots. And to be fair, that's just par for the course when you have a group that is not bound by a denomination, which in a way I actually appreciate because I think that the denominations kind of muddy the waters.
But they certainly do, unless they're all wrong unless one of them's right.
Yeah, exactly.
No claim being made. I'm just saying. Yeah, it is. I wanted to ask you about kind of what you were getting at with the whole, because that's how I feel about like ultimately, like I can't swallow Calvinism, but when I look at like how Calvin, I mean, and even free, like I'd say Dan Chapa, someone said if I knew his doctrines, I wouldn't expect him to say so many things that I agree with that people are always disagreeing with me about. So all sorts of ways that he reads the Bible. I'm always like, because it gives me hope. I'm like, no, it's not just I believe what I believe. It's simply because of the way I was taught. That's obviously a huge part of anybody's belief, like the way they understand it, right? That's just undeniable for anybody. But everybody, like if they want to break out of it, but it's nice when somebody from a different tradition who has different conclusions, like you see them exegete the text and you're like, yes, people do believe, people are seeing it that like what I see in there. And that's always like encouraging for me because I get so much pushback from people and like, you know, claims of, you know, I got to just not take a lot of people as serious because I like give them too much of a benefit of the doubt. It's nice to see someone who has no ideology like coming through, like Dan and Turretin fan, for instance, and I don't always agree with them, but they read the text and I'm like, it just gives me it's just a nice to see somebody else, you know, see it the same way. And that's why like I can find agreements with all sorts of reasonable people. And so when you were talking about, my question was going to be what you're saying about like you can agree with so much of what I'm saying, and I actually do think classical Calvinistic Reformed traditions often that are not like super like council-y, if you know what I'm saying. Like really like almost Catholic feeling. Some of the really
Yeah, like
hardcore ones.
high ecclesiologies.
Yeah, high ecclesiology, right? Exactly. Even James White sometimes kind of gives you the wrong, a little bit of that feel, but I don't really think of him that way. But he'll talk about the council so much, and there's like reasons for that too. I'm not saying it's totally out of balance per se. I just would say that's just to give you a flavor of what I'm talking about. Like, but I actually see some value in some of that way of thinking. I would just say that the thing is, what does that suggest about what it really means to be a Christian? Like, is it really just about saying the right propositions? That's definitely a foundational part of it. But like at the end of the day, like I don't want to judge people because I happen to get along with them or that they're mature or something like that. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm for the underdog. Usually I'm that sort of person, but at the same time, I can't help but notice how I understand the person of Christ comes through certain people, but yet I'm kind of I'm on the guard from getting into thinking too much that way, because now it's not really about truth. It's just about people being nice to you maybe too. And I don't want to be like, oh yeah, my friends are saved, but that guy who was mean to me that one time that made me feel bad, he's not saved because he made me feel bad. That's definitely something you could fall into, that way of thinking. I want to like stand on the truth, but I also want to recognize the character of Christ coming through somebody when it does, because that's a huge faith builder for me too, to know that like this isn't a big joke. Like Christ actually has an effect in people and can in the world. Not that that's the proof necessarily always of them being right with God necessarily, but I can't deny that. That's a big, for me, that makes me feel like it keeps my faith stronger, I guess I would say. So what do you make of that way of thinking? Like, what would you say about that? Both of you guys can speak to that if you would. I'd like to hear what you think about it. I feel myself moving that direction. Let's say I'm more pulled that way and less about propositional, just claims or whatever. But I'm also like on edge to not fall into like liberalism or something, or like being the judge because people are nice or not.
Yeah, well, I think that the answer is just found in the fact that it's really a both and not an either or, which I have a word for this concept that I made up myself because I fancy myself a writer, and maybe I'm just a little egotistical when I say that, but nevertheless, I have a word for this concept of simultaneous truths that exist parallel with each other and not crisscrossing with each other, such that it's like a 50-50 kind of thing. There's no mixture. And yet at the same time, they're also not going apart from each other such that you have to accept one or the other. I'd call it simulethia, which literally means simultaneous truth. But the concept just is sometimes more than one thing is true. And it's not true, like I said, in a sort of mixed sense, like an Arnold Palmer, where it's like it's both tea and lemonade because I mixed them. No, it's true independent of each other. And in this case, I think that that's kind of what we have here is two things which are both true, independent of each other. They may seem contradictory, but in fact, they're not. It is true that propositions, quote unquote, are a very incredible, very much important part of one's faith, right? We don't, for example, accept, at least I assume we don't accept, I know I don't, but I would assume you two don't as well. And if I'm wrong, correct me. But anyways, accept the faith claims of Roman Catholics, or accept the faith claims of Jehovah's Witnesses or Mormons, right? Or some of the weird fringy groups, even in some of our own camps, like me and Yahoo were just sort of commiserating a little bit over how some Hebrew roots are really weird. I'll be honest, there's some Reformed people who are also really weird. I'm sure you know of some Seventh-day Adventists who are pretty weird, right? They exist in all groups. And the point is that that's a propositional thing. We say, like, for example, take the Catholic Church, right? We say, okay, you deny salvation by grace through faith alone. You create a system where humans are actually meriting their way to Christ, which renders Christ useless. You have a church and a pope that demand loyalty and make ridiculous claims like they can't possibly be wrong, right? And those doctrines, those propositions, if you choose to call them that, render your faith claims, at least corporately, I won't speak on the individual Catholic, invalid, right? We just fundamentally do not have the same religion. It's that simple. At the same time, that's not all of it, of course. In fact, I think we could easily imagine a scenario where somebody has all the right propositions, but is certainly not actually living any of it out, right? In fact, I think Tyler Vela, by his own admission, who is a Reformed apologist who recently apostatized, if you know, for those who don't know, I know Jamie knows, but I don't know if you would know Yahoo, but nevertheless, by his own admission, he did not actually live out the quote propositions of Christianity. He wasn't living the doctrines. Wasn't as the way he worded it was he was not subjecting himself to the strict precepts laid out in the Bible. And so it's like it's not just because you have the right propositions doesn't mean that's the end. And also, if you have some wrong propositions, it doesn't mean that's the end either. I think a lot of times we make dividing lines where some shouldn't exist. Like, for example, I mean, I've said it ad nauseum, and I'll say it again: the issue of a seventh day or a first day Sabbath. To me, that's not a dividing issue. That's a issue amongst brethren. One side of the brothers is convinced of one thing. One side of the brothers is convinced of another thing. I don't understand why we have to be different denominational bodies and call the other person a heretic. It makes no sense to me. Or modalism and Trinitarianism. I don't see that as it baffles me that that's a dividing issue. Both sides claim Jesus and the Spirit and the Father are God and that there is one God. So, like, why do we have to say, no, your understanding makes you evil and my understanding makes me godly? It makes no sense to me.
And modalism is less off about God than, say, like, Unitarianism or something, I would say.
Oh, for sure. Modalists believe everything Trinitarians believe about God.
They just call it one. They don't allow for the three, which you can argue why they have reasons for it. I'm not that. I would say I disagree with that for sure. I'm convinced that that's wrong. But when you hear them talk, they're often very serious believers, I find. Just being honest.
No, exactly. In fact, to give kind of an example of that, Tony Spell down in central Louisiana was one of the loudest voices during the pandemic for, keeping people in church and worshiping while everybody was trying to shut down. Now, you might say, okay, well, that's not necessarily a statement of faith. I disagree. Forsake not the gathering together of the saints. And also, it's just a matter of lordship. Who has lordship over the church? Is it God or is it the United States government? I think that was a bigger deal than a lot of people wanted to make it out to be. Regardless, he's a oneness Pentecostal, right? And as a result, most of the people wouldn't talk about it. They would talk about John MacArthur's 3 weeks, but they wouldn't talk about Tony Spell's 2 years. Why? Because Tony Spell's a oneness Pentecostal, and that's not an assault on John MacArthur. It's just to say, it's like, yeah, but he doesn't count. It's like, well, I mean, he does count though. He's a minister of the gospel. And he's keeping his church open. He's keeping his congregation together. He's demonstrating that he's a shepherd in hard times. You know what I mean? But again, he's a oneness Pentecostal, so we can't accept him. And I just don't. I don't get it. I genuinely do not get it.
I think if I try to be unbiased, like, I am turned off by the idea of not accepting that, but they accept that all three persons are God. They're just more their emphasis on the oneness of God. And there's like so many reasons why I can see why someone would feel obliged to do that. And again, I'm not looking to defend that position. I don't think it's correct. But if I'm being unbiased and honest, and I consider I didn't grow up being taught that. So like they seem to like often be taking the Bible very seriously and holiness seriously and you know, repentance seriously, and they genuinely trust Christ and things like that. It's like, what I mean, if I step back and I go, this is the kind of thing where I can kind of like evaluate it without like putting myself in the middle of it, you know, so I can see if how fair I'm being about like when I'm asking questions about it, not looking to condemn somebody because they're upsetting me or bugging me. I would say that's a good example. Like at the end of the day, like that's kind of where I'm going with what I'm talking about with salvation. I'm not trying to like unhitch from like making propositional importance out of that, because I think that there are false beliefs that can cause serious problems, but even then not necessarily. Like, what is the bottom line what is the fruit that one is able to condemn? It seems like it's suggesting it's more like your conduct. And I'm not even necessarily saying that has to be manifested to a certain degree for you to be saved. I'm not saying that, but it does seem like it seems ridiculous to think God is gonna, you know, it seems like I can't find a reason to like think there's a reason to condemn someone for eternity because of their emphasis on the oneness of God, but especially if they're acknowledging Christ as, you know, divine and all that. It doesn't make sense. I mean, in fact, it makes a joke out of it, really, in a way. Like if you're just really honest about it, it's like, what are we really fighting for here?
Right, and I completely agree with that. But now notice it's also not that simple though, right? Because you and I would probably also both agree that a equally propositional claim, namely the claims of the Roman Catholic Church about papal infallibility and the Pope's position as vicar of Christ and the denial of sola fide and sola scriptura and things like that, that's actually a very genuine problem, right? Such that we don't actually accept their faith claims, at least corporately. Individual Catholics, that might be a different story, but you know, we collectively don't fellowship with Catholics. We fight against Catholics, of course, on the battlefield of the intellect, not on the actual battlefield, because nobody wants to go back to that, right? But so you see what I mean? It's like everything you just said is true for a lot of issues, and we go out of our way to make issues dividing lines when I don't think they are. But a lot of issues are definitely dividing lines. At least that's the way we act. And I think that's a good thing, because I think there is genuine dividing lines. For example, I think Christ's divinity, that's an issue that I don't think can be compromised. Or salvation by grace through faith alone, no additions. I don't think that can be compromised. Scripture is the sole infallible rule of faith. I don't think that can be compromised. Is there one God? I don't think that can be compromised. You know, so on and so forth with those kinds of things. And so it's like the propositions can't be overemphasized, but they can't be underemphasized either, right? It can't just be how good of a person you are, because at that point, then you start like convincing yourself that you can throw any old person who potentially references the name of Christ, and well, I mean, the Muslims at least think he's Messiah, right? So it's like there's, again, I don't think
I struggle with that. I'll admit it. I feel like the best thing I can do would be contend for what Scripture says because of what Jesus has to say about it, and its authority, and you know, it's self-validating, and is, in my mind anyways, like for what it says and what it teaches and what it records of Christ, and then I don't really struggle with that as having that as a foundation. And then to think as far as like ultimately is telling people they're saved or not, I think is kind of an obsession, a Protestant obsession of wanting to be saved and just being done with it. And then getting defensive and calling other people not saved or not. Like, I don't, you know, like for instance, I think probably if I really look objectively at it, and I fail at this, so it's not about criticizing other people. I definitely I struggle with this, and it's embarrassing for myself when I sometimes step back and look at what I'm doing or saying or getting upset about or not. Is that it's like exactly what you were just talking about. Are we just defending ourselves because just seems like we just like, I want to be saved, and that's the end of the story. And I think if that is the case, you could like wake up one day and realize like this isn't true. And I think a lot of Christians do that, and they just can't do it anymore. And it's like, I think so. In other words, I think if I'm honest, we ought to probably not be quick to attack other views unless it's actually coming from a concern about what those beliefs entailed in such a way that like if you don't have life experience, you probably shouldn't have a ministry that focuses simply on attacking other religions. Like, not that you can't say they're wrong and not that you can't contend for it, but like the more you fully like love the person and you actually like have an experienced kind of understanding about why it's dangerous what they believe, you probably might like be at risk of like not growing as a person, like in, the love of Christ in your life. And I'm not saying just you got to, or you can just fake it and just be nice to everybody and that's good or something. I'm not saying that, like, but I think if it's not coming from an actual concern that you understand it's a danger in some real way, some sort of experiential, knowledge about it, you maybe we shouldn't be so quick to, carry a big stick, I guess is what I'm trying to say, if that makes any sense. I don't think I explained myself very well, but I don't think Christ is all necessarily all that proud of us when we really don't know what we're talking about and defending the truth. Although you could kind of make an argument for it, like it's could be coming from a good place. It's just, I don't know. I can't tell if I'm just reacting to people or if that's really the case. What do you think? As far as like, I don't know. It's probably, a mature pastor who's had actual experience trying to help people who have false beliefs is more equipped to be trying to like attack it or deal with it, I would say. It seems. Feel free to disagree.
It's just it kind of has a lot of asterisks, to be honest. Like, it just kind of depends, because I mean there's even levels of concern to have, as far as like I can be concerned with a doctrine, but not necessarily think that doctrine invalidates a faith claim. And I can also be concerned to such an extent that I think we now have fundamentally different religions. So just as an example, I am tremendously bothered by the views of, and this is no news, of course, I've shared this before, with the views of the SDA Church pertaining to the Azazel goat. I find it to be an incredibly concerning thing. But do I find that to be as concerning as the doctrine of papal infallibility? Well, if I'm being honest with myself and I'm laying out scripture and I'm laying out what I know from Christian history and from Jewish history, I don't think I can be as concerned, because one is clearly a bigger problem than the other, right? One almost creates this like second God here on earth, and the other is just a very like problematic view.
Yeah. And like what, you could ask the question. For me, that's an interesting way to explore it. I would say, without just being defensive, I guess I would say, obviously an Adventist, I think a lot of Adventists, they've tried really hard to be clear about their position with the papacy. It's the Protestant position, and people probably were crazy about it through history. I would just say, I do think so let's talk about what it is, what is appropriate regarding how to conduct yourself with Catholics and individually, as opposed to opposing the system, and what's appropriate. I think one thing you could say would be, I think it's so easy to kind of handle it wrong, but I think it's better to think about it like a system. The problems with it is a system, and like why that's dangerous. I would also say the dangers I see with Catholicism is prophetic. It's just what's happened historically, and what I think the Bible's saying will happen. And you could ask the question, like, what is it about that system that's a danger, which you can apply even if you aren't Catholic in your own experience as a person individually? Because I think we often miss the fact that the Bible speaks more corporately about people than we do today culturally. You know what I mean? A lot of scholars talk about that, and maybe they think about it differently. But I think the major concern with Catholicism is not that there can't be someone who's a Catholic that can be saved. I would just say, like, what is the issue do you see there with the Catholic? Let's ask that. What is the problem with Catholicism besides not understanding righteousness by faith and the Pope, I mean, I would say he speaks blasphemy against the Most High and seeks to change times and laws. But I mean, what else would you point to? Do you think it obscures your ability to have the proper relationship with Christ as it's laid out in the New Testament, and it obscures that so that it makes it non-existent at a high level with people in the system? Or how would you describe the issue?
Well, to be honest with you, there's more issues than I think I could mention in just one place. I personally am somewhat of a radical, although 250 years ago I would not have been, in so much as that I think Roman Catholicism is a fundamentally different religion than Christianity. I think if we're going to make the claim Mormonism and Islam are different religions, then Roman Catholicism also has to be considered a different religion, because there's so little that is actually shared, right? So take, for example, sola scriptura. What is the doctrine of sola scriptura? It's the doctrine that Scripture is the sole infallible rule of faith, right? So Protestants, of course, accept that, and Catholics do not, meaning that we have, as Protestants and Catholics, no unity on what the authority is, what our standard of faith is. That's, I mean, that you don't get more cut and dry us being different religions than that, right? Or another example, in the case of the Pope, whether it be infallibility or supremacy or primacy or what have you, it's another example of, I don't accept the Pope's authority. I don't even accept his legitimacy, for that matter. And they, of course, do. And they not only accept his legitimacy and authority, but they would say he is the sole infallible bishop of all Christians when he speaks ex cathedra. So again, we just have a fundamentally different understanding of what the standard for human faith is and what the authority on these matters truly is, right? When you look at then salvation by faith through by grace through faith alone, that's what you're saying is this is the gospel, that mankind is saved by faith in Jesus Christ through the grace, or excuse me, by grace, the grace of Jesus Christ through the faith that he either delivers to his saints in the case of the Calvinist, or which they willingly enact in the case of a non-Calvinist. But regardless, we both would agree, of course, that's what the gospel is. That's the whole point of the Christian religion, is that by his grace through faith we have been saved, right? And they would say, no, not so. It is also by the merit of not only yourself but the saints who have come before you that you are saved. There's all these cardinal sins, and beyond cardinal sins there's also mortal sins, and there's this concept of purgatory. So again, we already established we have a fundamentally different idea of what constitutes the standard and what the authority is. Now we have a fundamental idea, or fundamental difference in ideas of what the gospel even is, what it's even saying, right? That's easily as different as what me and A's philosophy disagree on, right? And we can continue going, right? We have fundamentally different understandings of what the Scripture is. They have verses in their 66 books I don't accept. They have books outside the 66 that I don't accept.
Okay, well, let me push back, CJ. Let me push back on your outright rejection of that. Like, okay, well, look, I mean, man, there's a problem here. I mean, Protestants, look at all the denominations, dude. I mean, they're right. They predicted what would happen, and look at us. We all bicker with each other. We all, basically you could take line up 10% of all the Protestant groups, and then grab your cafeteria tray and then play a la carte with the doctrines. And I can build a Catholic from all the different Protestant groups that you would say could be, have true believers in them, and then just take my pick at their doctrines and make a Catholic out of what I take from the groups. And so, how many of those doctrines do they have to have wrong? You're just being picky. You're just being bigoted. Like, what about, the Pope solves a problem, you get, some, you don't have to have 30,000 denominations. And the Pope's Peter reincarnated, obviously, right? I mean, come on. Joking.
Well, and to be fair, there are, legitimate Catholic objections, not that I think they're legitimate, but that Catholics will make those objections, found in the joke that you have there, right? So like they'll claim, well, there's so many different thousands of Protestant denominations. Doesn't this demonstrate there's a flaw in your system? And of course, I think that it is wildly inaccurate that there are 33,000 denominations. You would be lucky to find 500 if you're actually if you're being very honest with the way that you're looking at the denominations. I think 500 would be a stretch, because
how many different groups are there in Catholics with different varying beliefs? Like if you take that same standard and they're still Catholic, you could argue that there probably is not that many different in comparison to the variants, right?
Part of the reason for that, though, is because the Catholics kind of have this good old boys club thing going on, where you can have a whole bunch of different doctrines that you believe. In fact, I had this conversation with Fro, the Pale Galilean, once. You can have this tremendous variation in the doctrines you believe, but because you are a confessional Catholic, it doesn't matter. So
as long as you have a tramp stamp "Pope was here" on your lower back, they let you in the club.
Well, kind of. I mean, it's not like that facetious, but it is kind of true. I mean, think about this. There are charismatic Catholics and there are non-charismatic Catholics. Now, in the Protestant world, typically, not always, but typically, the charismatics are one group, the Pentecostals and charismatic Reformed people like myself, and so on and so forth, right? And the cessationists are another group. Catholicism has the exact same divide, but they just say, but we're all Catholic, right? So it's like the actual division in doctrine still exists. The only difference is they have the stamp of approval. Another example, predestination. There are Augustinian Catholics.
Kiss the ring. That's all that matters. Is you just hit it, dude. Keep going. This is the point I was wanting to get to. It's like, what is it then? What is it that matters in that system?
Yeah, and you're exactly right. You said kiss the ring. I could not have said it better. What matters in that system is your submission to the authority of the Pope. That is what fundamentally makes Catholicism, and it's why. And I've also had a conversation with another Catholic apologist by the name of John Buck. I made the claim that St. Patrick was not a Catholic, and nor even could he be, because there was no such thing as a Catholic Church at the time that he died. And he said, okay, well, we know there was a bishop in Rome who called himself Pope at that time, so what do you mean? And my argument to him was, until Boniface III in around 609 actually declared the Pope infallible, that you don't really have any semblance of what we would today consider a Catholic Church. And even after that, you still have a long ways to go before we start talking bodily assumption of Mary, before we start talking iconoclasm versus iconography, before we start talking about stuff like papal infallibility, which isn't even established until the 1800s. Like, America existed at that time. You know what I mean? But and I said infallibility earlier, I meant supremacy. Boniface III is the one who declared that the Pope was supreme, right? And at that time, it's around 609 AD. That's really the first time you can say that the Catholic Church as we know it today exists. Because what is the thing that makes the Catholic Church different? It's the existence of the quote-unquote Vicar of Christ, right? Before then, sure, there might have been a Roman Church, and sure, certain individuals might have believed things which the Catholics believe, like, say, perpetual virginity of Mary. But as far as that rigid authoritarian system that is Roman Catholicism, there's none of that in the 1st century or the 2nd century or the 3rd century or the 4th or the 5th or the 6th, and you finally get it in the 7th. In fact, they don't even have this idea of papal primacy, which is that he's first among equals, until the 400s. It's not until the early 400s when we start seeing the papacy playing arbiter between different feuding churches. Just go read the Council of Nicaea, right? The 20 canons from the Council of Nicaea, as well as their synodal letter to Alexandria. They talk about how Rome is the head of the Diocese of Italy, just as Alexandria is the head of the diocese in Egypt. Well, what does that statement mean? It means that the church in Rome in 325 AD did not consider itself prime. We are 300 years removed from Christ's crucifixion at that point, give or take, right? So when they say like, oh, we have all these divisions, it's like you really have a non-argument there, because the only thing that the only difference between my group, where I still consider the charismatic and the non-charismatic to both be believers because they're both Christians, you also both consider them to both be believers because they're both Catholic. So really, we don't have this massive difference in our divisions. The only difference we have is my side kisses the ring of Christ and your side kisses the ring of Pope Francis.
Yeah. And if you bow to a man and say he represents Christ on earth, but you could say, well, come on, dude, many Catholics trusted Christ and believe in Christ, and many popes probably weren't terrible human beings. Maybe 1 or 2 of them were actually decent men, even. Like, so therefore, if you're going to let certain doctrines slide, why not that one? Why is that one? So I would argue that it really comes down to authority. And if you're going to put him in place of Christ and say he represents Christ, but he's diametrically opposed, I would say this is where it comes down to, it really is the bottom line is, who's your authority? I mean, that's how Adventists look at it. That's how I understand it. It's like, look, what is it? What are the attributes of the power that comes out of Rome? He speaks blasphemies against God. And then you say, that's my guy. He represents Jesus to me, in physical form on earth. And I'm saying yes to that. But why is that, potentially unforgivable? I'd say because you're literally, I mean, I won't even go into it, but he literally is the Antichrist. I'd say because he speaks blasphemies against, it's interesting. Somebody pointed out to me the other day, and again, this is just the systematic reality of it. These things can manifest in your life as an idol and in all sorts of ways, I would just say. So it's a danger for everybody to be on guard about with what is their authority? Who are they? Who sits in the seat of God in your temple? I would say and that can be many things and many people can. So just to be clear, but somebody was pointing out to me the attribute of the final Antichrist in Daniel, and it says it speaks blasphemies against the Most High. And if you look in the New Testament, Jesus was accused of blasphemy several times by the Pharisees, I think. And I think I brought this up last night, but it's just interesting that they accused him of blasphemy when he claimed to forgive sin. And so it's not that was a blasphemy, but it's like that shows you what blasphemy was in the Jewish mindset, right? What is it? Why is that blasphemy? Well, because presumably they think you don't have that authority to speak for God. And so that's blasphemy. Jesus wasn't guilty of it, but that tells you what blasphemy it was in their mind, at that time. And then also when he claimed to be, forgiving sins, that's what they say. You say you can forgive sins, but only God can forgive sins. Or when he claimed to be the Son of God, right? The representative of God on earth, the Messiah on earth that speaks for God, his ultimate messenger. And that's what Vicar of Christ is. So, this is why that's the problem. You sign your name to that and you say, yeah, he is Christ for me on earth because he has that authority. You're giving yourself over to that. It's scary. Just like Daniel 6, right? He didn't bow the knee to the statue he was willing to be a martyr. Poor guy thought he was saving himself probably when he was willing to go to the lion's den, meritorious, not bowing to Baal kind of thing. But like, do you see that as a picture of the mark of the beast at all? Have you ever thought about that?
Can you say what exactly?
Yeah. Daniel 6, the decree, the power, they convinced the king to Nebuchadnezzar, I guess, is it, or who is it? To make the statue of gold, and it weighs 66,
yes.
it's 66 cubits or whatever it was.
Right.
And so it's got that link there, but it's also right before it speaks of the Antichrist power that comes out of Rome in the next chapter. And that kind of looks like a little microcosm of like before Christ returns sort of thing. Like the mark of the beast is like a test, and the saints have the seal of God. You could argue that. I think that's kind of how I was taught it, and it makes sense to me. And so Adventists use that as a type of the mark of the beast as being like a test, the final test on the world, I guess. I know you probably have a different view on how that might operate, but I don't know if you're pre-trib, does that mean you wouldn't see the mark of the beast even being something that happens to Christians? I guess maybe, is that true? I'm not sure.
No, I do think that with my view of pre-tribulation, which is actually relatively traditional as far as, how traditional is pre-tribulation, I guess, is a question. But as far as that doctrine is concerned, is relatively traditional in so much as that I do believe that there is this concept of tribulation saints, of those who are probably in large part,
at least believers in Messiah, at least, right?
Yeah,
obviously.
Exactly. Of course, a good deal of them being Jewish, because I believe that's the time that the corporate turning of Israel would come to full effect. But on top of that, and really, it's kind of just a logical thought if you think about it, right? Like if there was a rapture,
it is called Jacob's trouble. Like that's technically what the tribulation is called, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I say certainly a large deal of them would be. In fact, I think I could be wrong about this, but my understanding of scripture is that is when the corporate turning of Israel will take place.
Yeah, I would just say it's dangerous to insist that, to be fair, I would just say, not just trying to push my position, which I'm inclined to do, but I would just say, I think it's reasonable from a neutral position to say that it's when people say things like, oh, like I don't have to worry about what the book of Revelation says because that's just for the Jews. I think if you say that and you insist on that, it's dangerous. But if that's your view, whatever. I would just say, don't go around telling people that, oh, that's not even for you to worry about, assert that, outright would be a mistake, I guess I'd say. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and also I will say this, kind of relating to that. I don't know for a fact that my understanding is correct. And I also wouldn't know that my understanding is correct 100% until it occurred, right? And so I have this thing that I like to tell people. Anybody who is taken in a pre-trib rapture will be the self-same people as the group who's ready to go through a post-trib rapture. So, just be prepared for either or, because you're not going in the former if you weren't willing to go through the latter.
Yes, and I can respect that somebody who takes a pre-trib view that is like going to say that, because it's way more of a balanced approach. Because I know you wouldn't be like one of the people who are like, you have to believe that, because there's a lot of, I guess, in evangelicalism, there's a lot of like separation that people will take place. Churches will be like, if you're not pre-trib, you can't teach here or whatever. And there's a degree where I can respect that, because if that's what your church believes or whatever. But I've just heard some really scary stories about that, where it seems like that doesn't fit. It's one thing if you're a denomination that has a historical view, but if you're like evangelical, and then you're like non-denominational, and then you insist you have to believe the pre-trib, and then you separate over it, it just seems kind of like not following your own principles that you were wanting to espouse as a non-denominational group or something, or like a free Baptist sort of thing. And so I think that's problematic. But if you're like, this is my view, I can't help it. It's the way I understand the Bible, but I'm going to say you ought to be ready, because that'll be like looking at it like that's what I believe. And that'd be great if that's the way it happens. But the Bible clearly warns the Bible's for Christians, all of it. So we should take it all into account, even if it doesn't end up applying to us. And then, take all those warnings seriously as though they were warnings for us, and not neglect the whole counsel of God sort of thing.
And you know what else too? One of the big things that I think should be taken from Revelation, even if we're not in the tribulation, one thing that frustrates me very much about pre-mills, and I am a pre-mill, but one thing that frustrates me very much about pre-mills is they have a combination of what I would describe as socio-political apathy. Like, it doesn't matter what we do here because we lose here anyway, which is absurd. It's completely ridiculous. Like, let's not say anything about the babies being aborted because, this is Satan's world anyway. It's like, that's stupid. That is just stupid, and you need to stop. But they also have this kind of this anti-defeatist mindset, where it's like we're going to be super special and never actually have any persecutions. And it's like, go over to China and tell that to those Christians. Not China, 1545, China 2023. Just because it's
CJ, when I was 10, my grandma went to China, and I was going to go with her to any country that I wanted to go to, because she did a lot of mission works, but she also traveled too. But I was just going to say, when I was young, they didn't like China was all bicycles, dude, too, even back then. Sorry, keep going, Ben. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're good. My point there is just to say there is this, especially in the Western churches. And again, I am a pre-mill, so I'm not saying this is a defeater of my position, obviously. But I get just incredibly frustrated with these guys who think of it number one in that, like I said, that sort of socio-political apathy, where all these things stop mattering, and there's just no reason to try and make the world a better place for your grandchildren because this is Satan's world anyway. Which I think, if I can just be very frank, I think that is dumb. I don't think they are dumb, but I think that is dumb. But then this other view of like persecution won't happen to me because I am, part of this special group of people that's not going to have any persecution.
Jesus suffered it all, CJ. I can out-pious you on this. Like, oh, you're going to suffer, are you? Oh, yeah, Jesus didn't pay it all. I see how it is, CJ.
Well,
I call those first world problems. Go
they really are.
Go be a hobo for a year, and then we'll talk.
And that's the thing is that that's not wrong at all, right? It really is this first world mentality of everything is peachy and awesome. America's awesome, so therefore everything for the rest of time is going to be awesome. And I'm sorry my patriotism is showing, but go to South Africa and tell me how great life is without air conditioning. But so everybody just expects that's the way things work, and it's not the way that things work. We are weird. We are the weird ones. We're the odd men out. Most Christians throughout time have been persecuted, if not by pagans, then by their own, or at least people who claimed to be their own.
I didn't even have a touchscreen cell phone in high school, CJ.
Well, don't get me wrong, point well taken. But even I'm going to be 25 in May, right? I'm not even a quarter century old yet. Even I remember the days of flip phones, and landlines,
razors,
and televisions that were 150 freaking pounds. You know what I mean? Like,
do you remember dial-up modems?
Yeah.
You were probably just a mere toddler bouncing around in a diaper.
A wee little lad, indeed. I think when the iPhone came out, actually, it was the iPod Touch first.
I didn't know what to do with it. What is this thing? Where's the buttons?
Yeah, right. Exactly.
I wanted a BlackBerry. It has all the letters, a button for every letter and every symbol. All right, sorry, keep going.
Well, no, but it's just to wrap up. It's just that that, and this is actually one thing that, Doug Wilson is post-mill, and I thoroughly disagree with post-mill, and I even have some very serious concerns about it. However, one thing that I greatly appreciate about them is they have the exact opposite reaction to both of those things I just complained about, right? They recognize I might have great-great-grandchildren at one point, and I would like the world to not be absolutely awful for them if I can so help it. And they also recognize, it is highly possible that we could go through a dark period again. In fact, it's not only is it highly possible, it's actually likely. Again, America and Great Britain and Australia and all these other first world countries, we are the odd men out. We are the anomalies. The world does not work the way that we think it works. We have just been abnormally blessed by an abnormally kind God.
Yeah, I would even, there's a part of me, it's actually, there's a sense where it's like, it's pathetic because we have it so good. On the other hand, I have a theory. I think I've told you this before, and there's evidence for this. Like, and there's a sense where like the fact that we have it so cushy, like, and we take it for granted, we actually don't have it as good as we think in this sense. Like, if you're forced to live in a harsher environment, like some people just like deal with issues because it's just that's just the world to them. Like they might have like a, it's hard to explain what I'm trying to say, but like if you have it really cushy, you actually suffer under really pathetic tension because you're so soft, in other words. And so like when you have it hard, you're able to actually deal with bigger issues more readily. And so you actually, like, in a sense, it's like what you perceive. There's a sense where like what you're able to you're like hypersensitive, in other words, because you like you feel the pee under 20 mattresses or whatever because you've had it so good. And so you end up suffering maybe even more than people that don't have it as easy as you do, in a sense, right? But that's even sadder in the sense that, you know what I mean? Like, dude, do you remember like a few years ago when like there was a shortage and like I remember seeing the news, like how people started acting like when there was no toilet paper at the store, and like two people went to grab the last thing of toilet paper at Costco. And I mean, they nearly got into like a shootout over it. I mean, people are like insane, dude. It's unbelievable. You like there's an EMP or the water stops running or like the grocery stores don't have food anymore. Dude, it would devolve to chaos like you couldn't imagine. It's amazing. What you thought the decent guy next door might be willing to do?
It's amazing how fast people get snapped out of their fantasies.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Yep.
And on top of all that, which all that is incredibly, true, but the other thing about it that makes it worse is, and it's actually an extension of what you're saying. It's not so much an but when you consider how much worse it's getting, like it's one thing to have physical comforts nonstop, but even the adversity of hearing words like retard, and I'm not saying that people should necessarily go out and be like needlessly offending or anything like that, but like when people say like, oh, that's a hate crime, it's like a hate crime for my ancestors was being stuck in a freaking oven in Auschwitz. You know what I mean? But for these guys, it's that somebody said the gay word or something like that. And again, as Christians, we're not supposed to be going out to senselessly offend people. Don't get me wrong. However, that like you can't even handle that. You're going to expect to handle no running water. I mean, you have people talking about like we shouldn't be eating meat because it's cruel to eat meat and it's unnatural, even though, of course, that's just literally the way that life has always been for hundreds of years. You're going to go like hunt a deer now or catch a fish or something like that. And by the way, I've never been hunting, so I'm partially even criticizing myself, even though I'm not amongst the wokies. But it's like this is a serious deficiency. And it's only going to get worse. It's only going to get worse. I mean, especially with the invention of AI and robotics and all these other kinds of things, like they're going to be so
Who needs a wife when you can have a pile of silicone with the GPT brain in it, to speak to you how you want to be spoken to or whatever. It's coming. Hey, let me read you something really quick, CJ, that I think is interesting regarding the nature of our cushy lifestyles. Like, it came when I first talked to Christopher Lucas, and he was criticizing the comment about Ellen White, saying there's this famous comment where she says that there's people who are an amalgam. It sounds like a lot of people read it as her saying like some humans are like half animal or something, and this weird idea, like, which she clearly didn't think. But you can see how it looks like that. People have these weird different interpretations. But like, I think so I actually did more research into it and listened to different people talking about it. And it seems to me the reasonable answer was when in the earlier years, even as late as, in the 1800s, the gospel hadn't gone out to the world as it has now in our 100 years later or whatever, 200 years later. They were, they hadn't gone everywhere like they have now, right? With evangelism in the Great Awakening period, right? Started then, really. And we're still not done, I would say. There's a sense we're not, right? And there's a sense that we are, you could say as well. But my point is just that, like, and then I was reading Martin Luther, so I wanted to read this. So my point about bringing that up was just to say, when you see them talking about like needing to bring the gospel to some of these people groups that are like far flung in like jungles, and some of the tribes and stuff, of like even the American Indians, like it's more complicated than people realize. Like some of the groups were better than others, but some of them were just they were absolutely savage. Like, and the principles of God and his commandments and the law like actually brings stability to really corrupt and like debased societies, in the sense that like we have it so good because society's been uplifted by the way Christianity has infiltrated societies in the West. But like a lot of societies, like they were like would eat their enemies, they just didn't know better in a sense. And it's not that they're not humans. It's that, so like, I think a lot of people read some of the things that people were saying in the 17 and 1800s about, and we think, oh, they're being racist, but it's actually the case that some of the groups, some more than others, like needed the practicality of the biblical worldview, the Christian worldview. And that even that's not ultimate salvation necessarily, right? But they don't even have a culture really that even makes sense in it. So a lot of the things I started to realize was that these groups were like, and sometimes they were just suffering, and it's economical, and just the Industrial Revolution changed the world in ways that we don't even fathom. Like everybody was rich who made $3 a day, like 150 years ago or whatever. And this is like, we're so rich we don't even realize it. But listen to this, Martin. So I was reading Martin Luther's, just to set this up, I wanted to read this from Martin Luther's shorter catechism, what he's saying about his time, which was even before what I mentioned. It says this. It says, Martin Luther, to all the faithful and godly pastors and preachers, grace, mercy, and peace be yours in Jesus Christ our Lord. The deplorable, miserable conditions which I recently observed when visiting the parishes have constrained and pressed me to put this catechism of Christian doctrine into this brief, plain and simple form. How pitiable, so help me God, were the things I saw. The common man, especially in the villages, knows practically nothing of Christian doctrine, and many of the pastors are almost entirely incompetent and unable to teach. Yet all the people are supposed to be Christians, have been baptized, receive the Holy Sacrament, even though they do not know the Lord's Prayer, or the creeds, or the 10 Commandments, and live like poor animals of the barnyard and pig pen. What these people have mastered, however, the fine art of tearing all Christian liberty to shreds. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean he's speaking to like the abject poverty, but when you consider the standard of living in light of even if he's just meaning this, in the sense of like, being corrupt or whatever, or in other more, what would you say, academic ways, you could read it either way, but still, like, just the practicality of Christianity is like something to take to the world as well, although that's not the ultimate concern, right? But that just struck me as he says, oh, you bishops, how will you ever answer to Christ for letting the people carry on so disgracefully and not attending to the duties of your office even for a moment? One can only hope judgment does not strike you. You command the sacrament in one kind only, insist on the observance of your human ways, and yet are unconcerned whether the people know the Lord's Prayer, the Creed, the 10 Commandments, or indeed any of God's word. Woe to you forever. Therefore, dear brothers, for God's sake, I beg all of you who are pastors and preachers to devote yourselves sincerely to the duties of your office, that you feel compassion for the people entrusted to your care, and that you help us accordingly to inculcate this catechism in the people, especially the young. If you cannot do more, at least take the tables and charts for catechism instruction and drill the people in them word for word in the following way. So, I mean, it's like, I just, to me, it strikes me as like, when I think about what people bitch about now regarding like Christian duty and like just general, principles of holy living, and they're like disgusted by it and call it like a false salvation doctrine. It's just, I think it's just really disconnected from like historical reality. I guess that's my point.
I think that's very true. I also think, I got on here a while back and I started getting deeply cynical, saying stuff like, I think that and I wasn't saying this was a bad thing, but I was saying how people like us who are quote unquote civilized are actually very weird, historically speaking. And that people like, for example, Jeffrey Dahmer, Dahmer was an outsider because he lived in a modern society. But had he lived a couple hundred years earlier or in another culture, he actually would have just been a regular dude. You know what I mean? And the point I was making is that like people, I think, take for granted, because we live in a civilized society, quote unquote, really a first world society is what we mean. Take for granted just how detestable human nature really is. This is a real historical story, right? I'm not making anything I'm about to say up. So first, are you familiar with the Captain James Cook?
A little bit, yeah.
So James Cook, and I'll say this also for the audience sake, but it sounds like potentially a refresher might be good all around. James Cook was a British explorer and naval officer who is most famous for, I don't know if he actually discovered New Zealand and Australia for the first time as a Westerner, or if his voyages there are just incredibly popular for some other reasons. But nevertheless, he made it to Australia, New Zealand, and also Hawaii. And I do believe he was the first European to actually contact any of those different land masses, and also, of course, the people groups who were there. And when he went to New Zealand, he, of course, stays for a while because he's been sailing forever. It's not like they had motorboats back then. And, he starts to talk with some of the local Maori chieftains and study their culture a little bit and stuff like that, as you do. And he comes across a particular chieftain who invites him into his home to have a little banquet and all that kind of stuff, refresh him. You can sleep here, wash up, we'll feed you, all that other kind of stuff. And so he does. And he goes into this chief's, big hut, the whatever you would call those larger huts that they would, of course, live in. It's not really a palace, but it's obviously bigger than everybody else's because he's the chief. And while they're there, he sees a collection of skulls that this guy had, human skulls, that this guy has set up on his, his hut, kind of like on a mantle. Obviously, it's not literally a dresser, but you could kind of think about, we put pictures and stuff on our dresser. It's similar to that, right? And obviously that right out the gate is freaky. But what happens next is just the most heinous thing you've ever heard in your life. As they pass it, the chief stops for a moment and he turns to the skulls and he starts to brag about his conquest of this group that is now on his quote unquote mantle. I say brag to them, but of course it's just skulls at this point. They're thoroughly dead. And he starts to brag about how, I have defeated you. I have slain you. You are eaten. Your family is eaten. Your children have been eaten by my children. And it's just a cultural thing. That's just what you do to demonstrate your dominance over this group of people. You not only do you kill them, and then put their skulls up on display in your home. But then as you pass them by, you actually brag to this dead skull as if it can hear you about how you fed his little sons and daughters to your sons and daughters as a banquet. And now bear in mind that James Cook is about to enjoy a banquet of his own with his chieftain. So you can imagine how heebie-jeebie he got at that moment, right? It's like, I'm going to hightail the first sailboat out of here.
You know, and the guys, that's guys, you can almost say they're like in some sense innocent. Like this is where, like, you know, you're judged by the light you have. I'm not saying I think the guys would be guilty before God, obviously, right? But at the same time, like, how much more are we guilty for our sins having what we have and living at the time we do? I think we got to take that stuff seriously. I mean, yeah, keep going. This is like exactly my point. You're making a great illustration here.
Well, I appreciate that. And that's, of course, only one example. I don't mean to pick on the Maori over and against other groups, because Lord knows that European cultures were also pretty vile before Christianity.
Would you, CJ, really quick though, would you say it's true that you could make the case that group of human beings that were 100% children of Adam were in a sense amalgamated with the beasts? You know, I mean, that's where my conclusion is about that statement after evaluating it. Like, it is true that culture of humans that are 100% human beings had sunken away from the ways of God to such a point that they were doing practices as normal, what we see happen in in nature, red with tooth and claw, in other words. And we should be in a motivated Christian society that is looking to take the gospel to humanity would be honest and recognize that and feel the desperate need to bring the truth of the ways of God to those people to save their souls.
Yeah, I think, that it's certainly a beastly way of acting. In a way, it's almost even worse because at least the animals are not conscious of what they do and are also not deliberately cruel. Although they certainly are cruel, no doubt.
No, it is worse, but it's like some of those people will be saved. They will be quote unquote the elect. Some of them will hear that message and they will turn to God and see the evil of their ways, and hallelujah.
Yeah, 100%. And one of the reasons that I even like to tell stories like that is because there's really two things that you can do at that point once you hear about history like that. And I could insert so many different stories there in its place, like what the Colosseum was truly used for, or the sacrifices that the Druids would do to speak to their spirit gods or whatever, right?
Liberals would say, don't bother their culture. Don't try to Christianize their culture. Let them be who they are. And that's disgusting.
It is disgusting. Well, and so I guess 3, because that's a third option. But for those who are somewhat sane, you're stuck with 2 options. You can either become incredibly bigoted, where either you look at other cultures as savages, or you look at the people of the past as somehow lesser than you. Or you can realize, wow, that's actually, like, we are actually the odd men out here. Humanity really was that for a long period of time. And it wasn't just Polynesian people. It wasn't just Native Americans. It wasn't just Chinese or Egyptians or Russians.
It has nothing to do with skin color.
Yeah. Well, and not even skin color, even culture, right? I mean, consider like you were just talking about how it really was true to some extent that it was good that Western culture civilized people. And that is true. However, it is also true that those Western cultures, in the process of doing so, committed some of the most egregious genocides that humanity has ever experienced.
Yes.
Right. So it's like,
this is the depravity of man that you have to always remember and not get complacent about. This is the truth about total depravity. I can accept. It's just a reality. But all human beings, I think, have a intrinsic nature that makes them image bearers of God, and so that's why it's such a travesty to not get the message to the world. And that has a historical. There's a very complex and interesting story that gets distorted by this cultural idea of our present time that noble savages, or the other extreme. And it's like, oh, look how racist they were when they talk about people, because they are, they're called the black people and Borneo savages. It's like they were savages, and white men would have been savages there if they were there too, if they had been born there. It's just they need the gospel.
That's exactly right. And actually, I think one of my favorite conversations that I've ever heard is Phil Fox, who is a Native American pastor, and some Norwegian gentleman whose name that I can't remember. Oh, well, he's descendant of Norwegians. He's American, but nevertheless. And they're both collectively talking about how, they very much admire their cultures and appreciate their cultures. They're proud of their cultures, but they also recognize that both of their cultures, one, of course, being white Scandinavians and the other one being Native Americans, were savage, godless heathens, because that's what everybody's culture is, sans Jesus Christ. They are savage, godless heathens. And that doesn't give anybody else an excuse to come and destroy them. I mean, outside of the command of God, of course. I say that only because
it's very nuanced, and it's very easily distorted by cultural garbage, from the universities and liberal. And I mean liberal in the sense of like, not respecting what Christianity has done to the world historically. Mixed in with all kinds. It's kind of like America. You can hate America, but the fact of the matter is, like, it's a child of the Reformation. It's done all sorts of good things, and along the way, many horrible, selfish, cruel, vindictive, ugly, wrong things were done by that power. But at the same time, religious freedom, uplifting of financial, so we could do things to help people that wouldn't have gotten help otherwise, like to have religious freedom and certain principles instantiated in, the world culture, period, all along the way, littered with disgusting, horrible acts by individuals and groups too. But it's, I'm sorry, to say America is just pure evil is dumb. That's my opinion.
No, I do largely agree with that. And I also personally, I don't know how you feel about things like ethno-nationalism and stuff like that, but just if I take off my theologian cap and put on my political philosopher cap, I think to some extent God has created all the different clans and cultures, and we need to find a way to appreciate and love and take a certain level of pride in the cultures we were born in, while not degrading those against us, and also recognizing that they all need change. They all need Christ. There are traditions in every culture that need to go the way of the
let me be clear. Like I respect ideas of, like, different cultures, like having we should honor the different the cornucopia of humanity that exists, while recognizing like the basic intention of God for humanity as a species, right, or as a creation in his image. But at the same time, although many of these cultures like didn't have the Christ, there's still like good things about their cultures. They still had the image of God to some degree. Some had fallen further than others. Within any group, that's just the case, right? They needed to know that they were made in the image of God, and there's many things that are going to come through and to varying degrees that can be appreciated. And that's how I look at this every tribe, tongue, and nation will be gathered in the final time, right at the end of the world. And I think the connotation there is exactly this sentiment.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. Now, granted, of course, we got pretty off of the original topic. I'm not even sure originally what it was, but nevertheless, I think that's human beings need to be cognizant of their own individual depravity. I think is the ultimate lesson to take from this, and it's one of the reasons why I don't. My title of my channel is The Synagogue, right? Part of that is in reference to my Jewish heritage, and part of that is in reference to, synagogues are the original places where churches were. And of course, there's even part of a reference to the fact that I have a heavy emphasis on the Hebrew Bible and that I'm a philosophical cynic. But also the other word of the other meaning of that word cynic is this sort of pessimism. And I do that for a reason, because I think that we have this view of humanity that is kind of toxic. We think that we are super awesome, and that we're so much more advanced than our ancestors were. We're so much more good at heart than people give us credit for, and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, not really. Human beings, when left to their own devices, we like to rape pretty girls, and we like to eat little children, and other sorts of disgusting things that people don't even want to name in polite company. And if you don't recognize the potential in your own self to be that way, if circumstances were different, then eventually you will be that way if circumstances are provided in front of you. That's just the way that it goes. Like, if you can't see your own depravity, you have no reason to fight against it. You have no reason to seek a savior.
Amen.
Yep. I say, I don't mind how Ray Comfort. I mean, I think I don't take that route usually with people, but I think it's perfectly fine to bring up the 10 Commandments when you approach somebody about needing Christ. What do you think? Some people make a case. Like, I think some people make a reasonable case of why they wouldn't approach it that way. But what do you make of that?
I mean, it depends on individual to individual. You kind of have to meet people where they're at. One of the things about evangelizing as a sort of office that is somewhat problematic is you don't get the opportunity to do that. You're talking to people for a small period of time. But that qualifier being put out there, I think that Ray Comfort's methods are brilliant. Personally, I wouldn't change a thing about him, except for maybe I could see, sometimes he gets a little harsh with people. Like, I remember once he had a comment on one of his channels of a Christian who was struggling with same-sex attraction, basically asking, how do I beat this? And you can tell by the comment that this guy is not like, he's not like a gay Christian. Oh, why doesn't God just love me the way I am kind of thing, right? He's like genuinely struggling with, like, I don't want to feel these ways, but I do. And Ray's response was to say, well, it's possible that you're not really a Christian, which I really didn't like that. I thought that was in very poor taste, because I wouldn't think it would, I don't think it would be such a struggle for him unless it was, right? If you were coming out of that,
That would be my thought. That would be my first thought. Yeah.
Yeah. But outside of that, as far as the evangelizing tactic of check out the 10 Commandments, you're guilty of this, you're guilty of this, you're guilty of this, therefore you need a savior, you need atonement, I don't have any problem with that at all. And to be fair, I think he has evidence that it works.
Yeah. He has. I mean, you could argue
yeah.
Go ahead. Yahoo. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, I agree. Yeah. I mean, like that. He definitely has evidence. It does work, and we don't necessarily agree on what the law is, but he at least points people to it. So yeah, it's definitely a good start.
Word. Anybody want to? If you have a topic, or I'll give you the guys the last word if you want. Sorry, Dan, I didn't really review your thing very much. I do want to, though. I'm going to, but if you watch this or see this, anybody looking for talking about the debate, we talked about it a little bit, but it was just an open room, so we can keep going if you guys have anything else you wanted to bring up.
Well, one thing that I do want to mention, because I was listening to your stream earlier today while I was at work.
Oh yeah. There is a couple things I was mentioning to somebody that I listened to it because that was from the other day, and I just replayed it because I wanted to listen to it, and I would make some caveats. I think a couple things because it was just kind of free flowing. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm going to be very blunt with this, if you don't mind. I feel like we have the ability to do that with each other. a lot of the stuff you say on there is certainly true. But whenever I listen to that stream, kind of had this feeling of like, there's so many texts which plainly teach eternal security with the caveats that you've already given in that stream, which of course can only be truly, I think, consistently accepted on a Reformed worldview. And it seems to me like the only reason why you can't take those texts seriously is that you reject Reformed theology. And so I kind of wanted to challenge you a little bit. If this issue with predestination is such that it's potentially leading, like, for example, with 1 John 2:19 or with John 6:35 through 44, I mean, the text is just so unbelievably clear. Like, it can't really be reinterpreted, right? And I don't say that to say like, oh, I'm definitely right, I got a big ego, you should follow me. But it's like, you've even conceded it to me before, right? Where it's like, yeah, obviously, Jesus says, it is the Father's will that he loses none will be plucked out of his hands. Everyone who he's given, he will keep. And those who went out from us weren't truly of us, and so on and so forth, right? He who began the good work in you will continue it until the day of Christ. Like, it's kind of goes back to that thing we were talking about earlier, right? Where it's like, I made the joke of Bible says something, progressives, yeah, but that's not what it says. Or that's not what it means, rather. I think you kind of are in a similar problem here. It's like 1 John 2:19, they went out from us because they were not truly of us. And I feel like unless you are going to come around to the Reformed view, you almost have to be like, well, yeah, but that's not really what it means. It's like, well, yeah, it is, though. That's what it said. You know what I mean?
So my thoughts about here's what I think about 1 John 2. So sometimes the thing I'm inconsistent about, I would say, is maybe I don't voice my way of looking at it, and I just kind of think, well, that's reasonable from your perspective, how you would read it. I would say I wouldn't use 1 John 2 so I think we have to be careful. So I can be like, well, if you understand the Bible in this sense and you're being consistent with because there are principles. I tend to like to take principles from ideas about God, especially if they seem appropriate, there's a principle there. The issue with 1 John 2 for me is it seems like it's potentially not a universal principle necessarily in its original context, but that's tricky, right? Because how the Bible works, right? Almost anything is a particular circumstantial. And I tend to like to draw principles and think that that's an appropriate thing to do. Like, for instance, come, let us reason together. I don't think God is ever saying, I think he's saying you should always trust me because he's demonstrated who he is through Christ, right? So if we are believers, we've had it demonstrated that we can just trust God like a parent at this point, right? And so in that sense, you should just do what God says, but not merely just because he's God and you do what he says, which is perfectly reasonable. I would say he's actually desired to and accomplished demonstrating who he is so that we actually can, in a sense, blindly trust him at this point in that because of that. But I think that it does mean something that God demonstrated that to us. So in my theodicy. And so with 1 John 2, I feel like, and so I just wanted to say that to start with, but then I would say, I think 1 John 2, especially if you're not a Calvinist, I'd say it's kind of inconsistent. I will admit that there's nothing wrong whether you're Calvinist or not. I would say the Bible is saying that true believers are such because they persevere to the end. Now, if you're a Calvinist, I have no problem with the way you would say, I don't have a problem with you saying it's God, it's all God. I would say it is all God. Had no way of it's his action first. But I kind of look at that as more of a corporate thing, like that the gospel comes. I don't necessarily look at it individually per se, although, that trickles down obviously to that from a corporate view regarding God being the first actor. I would say in that God brought the gospel and we've received it. that God acts first. But like, I don't know that verse, because of the way the warning passages are like, sorry, I keep stopping and then starting over. In other words, let's put it this way. There's verses in the Bible that say that you can't be snatched out of his hand. And people say that means you can't, that's perseverance of the saints and you can't get around it. But then at the same time, there's verses that like warn you against false teachers who will, privily lead you away with their false teaching. And they're warning you, like, don't fall prey to the false teachers. So how do we square that boat? What would you say to that? Because it seems to me, because of the verses like in 2 Peter and Hebrews, I feel obliged to take that seriously. And so I then interpret John 6 and those types of verses as being, and I'm getting to the point to your question here in a second, that in other words, to make that harmonize, I have to say that's what that's saying is nobody can force you from God. Like God, no one can like come and take you away from God. But I don't know that it's saying, therefore, like you couldn't decide to. It's just that they can't, like, why should we think the original context wasn't them reassuring the believers that no one can steal it from you, in other words, sort of thing. But it doesn't necessarily mean you couldn't decide to walk away. It seems like that's evident in the world. And then I would say this to get to your point. So I would say to harmonize that's how I look at it. It's more about the assurance of this is the right way and no one can take it from you unless you willingly give it, essentially is what it means. And because of the verses like 1 John 2, I will admit that it's like my girlfriend, who I think actually did love me, when she left me and cheated on me, it's not a false for me to say she never really loved me. And in the same way, I would say, if you don't persevere to the end, which is by God's provision, you were never really a true believer, because true believers will persevere to the end. That seems reasonable to me. What would you say to that?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I would want to say there. I think the first thing is, and I don't mean to pick too much, but
no, dude, don't hold back. You're fine. Don't hold back.
Well, and I appreciate that. But one of the things that jumped out to me while you were speaking there was the idea that, from your perspective, it does seem like, and I wanted to be clear in how I word this, because you didn't say that there was a contradiction in the text. But what you said is that, from your perspective, it seems like there is a contradiction in the text if 1 John 2:19 is taken at face value, right? And that to me seems to demonstrate a little bit of my point, because it's like you're almost essentially conceding, like, yeah, this text can't be taken at face value, otherwise it seems to contradict my understanding of other texts which I take at face value. Which to me is like, that's entirely the point, right? Because it seems to me like both you and the free gracer are caught in that position, but in different verses, right?
Regarding, you mean like that? Like, are you emphasizing the idea that's suggesting that is what it does? Is it proves that they never really were saved people? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What I'm saying is 1 John 2:19. To me, it's when he says they went out of us because they were never truly of us, or they went out from us because they were never truly of us. The us there is John and the church he's writing to.
Yeah, it's the believing ones.
Collectively Christians, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the believing group, right?
Right, but
Right.
Why couldn't it also be those that remain in the faith?
Right.
Like,
No,
why
it
does
is.
it
It certainly is, right? But notice what that ends up saying, right? Because you're saying they went out from the believers because they were never truly of us, i.e., the believers. And
right, that's what it says. It does say that is what it seems to say. I mean, I don't. That's how I think the verse says that. What you're saying.
Like, I would ask how you explain your thought process with Balaam trying to curse Israel, and then immediately afterwards they get tied up in the Baal Peor worship, and that's where their downfall is. Like, no one was able to curse them out of his hand, but yet they could leave willingly.
Well, so let pin that for just a moment, because I'll actually be getting to John 6 in a second. So I'm actually glad you brought that up, but I want to stick here with John 2:19 for just a second. Because I think that what I'm trying to, I guess, get by with what you had said, Jamie, is that conflict, from my perspective, doesn't exist given the Reformed view. Because if the Reformed theology is true, it is true that those who left were ultimately not truly saved individuals. They weren't actually the elect. They weren't actually those amongst those who were not only ordained there, but who actually had a true saving faith to begin with, right? And at the same time, those texts which warn believers about falling away are still taken as perfectly legitimate. Why? Well, because nobody knows the ultimate end of the story except God, right? So you, Jamie, the individual, are warned by Paul not to starve the Holy Spirit, not to grieve the Holy Spirit, not to do the different things that would cause you to lose whatever fostering of faith you might have, right? At the same time, though, if that were to occur, it would only be because that seed of faith was never planted in good ground to begin with, right? And it's both are true at the same time. And you don't have to say, well, yeah, I think this causes a conflict, because one is speaking ultimately and one is speaking for the individual at that moment in time, right?
No. And by the way, these are the kinds of things where I say, where I absolutely think about it all the time and recognize that it's why I was able to not be not ultimately. I almost accepted Tulip at one point before, not kind of right before I met you, actually, listening to James White, looking up stuff about Ellen White, and then about what her husband had said, and because his name is James White, and I came across James White, and I knew he's a Christian, so I like listening to different Christians, and I listened to him for a long time, and I started listening to him. He almost convinced me to be a Calvinist, and then it's kind of like where I've been, so I recognize so it made it easy to understand where Calvinists are coming from, and I would say I recognize that's totally consistent from a Calvinistic point of view. I would just say that. So that's why that's why I don't just think Calvinism is like a lot of people do that aren't Calvinists. I don't think it's totally disgusting or whatever, like people say. I would just say that. I just want to say I'm saying I totally understand where you're coming from there. I would just say, you know what I'm going to say. I'm just that I'm Calvinist position, especially on these kind of cases, are reasonable. But that at the same time, I think you have to then say that it's just kind of like where you put the temporal and where you put the God perspective. Like if you're a classical theist, and I would just say the thing where we agree is like, yeah, they're not true believers if they don't persevere. But I don't think we have to, if you were listening to the thing when that came up, the church fathers that I think there's a couple things that I quote in that thing where they seem to understand it the way I do. Did you notice that?
Some of them, yes. I think it varies. Like some of them I don't think are actually speaking about the matter of eternal security, even though it might sound like they are, because I don't know if it had necessarily come up yet. But some of them certainly reject that. There's no doubt in my mind that a good deal of the early church fathers rejected what we would today know as eternal security. I don't think that it's as blanket as.
Yeah, I probably overstated it without being very careful, and so I'll say that. But I will say this: the more I read it and comprehend it, and I actually had the thought, and I told a couple people this. I am going to make a video where I replay it and then see if and then I'm gonna actually try to anticipate what somebody who would want to make a case that they weren't necessarily teaching conditionalism, let's say, security wise, and I want to try to anticipate how somebody might try to reinterpret it. Then after I do that, then I think that would even be funner to have you challenge it after I do that, because then we can see where if you can come up with stuff I don't try to anticipate, that would be a particularly interesting dialogue too. But go ahead and continue if you wish, please.
Yeah,
If you're interested in that, in other words, I just throw that out there because that's what I'll probably end up doing, because I want to see if I can anticipate what people might say. But yeah, continue what you were down your path here.
Well, and so let me end that point real quickly by saying that I do grant that the overall point being made in that stream, which is that certainly a good deal of the early church did not believe this doctrine. I grant that. I would chalk that up to the fact that I don't think the church fathers have perfect agreement on anything almost at all. With the exception,
you could argue their focus is elsewhere in a lot of cases, although they are talking about, whether or not, whether they're exhorting or not believers that they should be careful lest they lose their salvation. It seems to me they are saying that in most cases, almost certainly to some degree. But maybe, I don't think it's totally unreasonable to think it's possible that it's a matter of just, history, that what was the concern at the time. There was all sorts of other bigger concerns. I was mainly, and I tried to make this clear at certain points by giving caveats and saying like, well, I'm certainly not accusing everybody that disagrees with me here as being, but I had certain things that, like, particularly people who say I'm not a Christian because I believe in conditionalism, and the implications of thinking that are very problematic in my mind, because I have certainly recognized that there are good people who are following Christ and trusting Christ, and they are certainly, it's not a back burner issue for them regarding their faith. It's their life, and that on both sides of the issue. And so it's not a matter of, I think the absurd claim is it's almost like being an ideological demon when you start getting this idea in your head that someone can't be believing the gospel, which is not eternal security. It is true that Christ is in Christ, we're eternally secure. And it is true that trusting him is the foundation of the faith, but that's not the same thing. You can have a relationship with Christ. You can walk in the Spirit. You can trust Christ for your salvation, understand justification by faith, and not believe in eternal security. And so again, I'm more speaking against the really severely, I think, misled people that make it really ideological. And I think that's just unhealthy for everybody. That was what I was really kind of more or less going after. But I was also kind of, yeah. So I'll shut up. Go ahead.
No, you're all right. And I don't even necessarily have an issue with that per se, because, I become disenchanted with people who will, for example, boldly claim that, like, John Wesley, for example, is a heretic when he had done more in his ministerial career than likely the three of us combined will accomplish, if we're lucky. You know what I mean? And I don't mean if we're lucky in the sense that we couldn't do it. I just mean that, like, if we got lucky and had great careers, we would still probably not accomplish even half of it combined.
Was it Wesley that was like the guy? Who was it? Who was the guy that like went around on horseback and like literally did more evangelism than like anybody? Like, he's like famous for it. Is that John Wesley? It's not John Wesley, is it?
I'm not sure if he ever went around on
yeah, who was there was a dude who, like, the numbers are just unbelievable, like during the Great Awakening is what I think I'm thinking of. Like, guys were, there's a couple.
It would probably be either him or George Whitefield, because those are the.
It's probably Whitefield. I think that's Whitefield. I think that's it. Yeah,
it
was Whitefield. I'm thinking of Whitefield.
Yeah, and actually Whitefield and Wesley had an interesting relationship, because they both very much appreciated each other.
The one was Calvinist, right?
Yeah, exactly. Whitefield's a Calvinist and Wesley was not. Wesley was Arminian. But nevertheless, now, so with all that being said, then the next thing I would say, so John chapter 6, because Yahoo had brought up that and also wanted a relation to Exodus. So first, I would just kind of state when it comes to John chapter 6 that the way it speaks is certainly not ambiguous, right? Now, we can get now eventually, and we will, into, so then what does that mean as far as these other understandings? Like, for example, what happens during the Exodus and the Baal Peor incident. And I don't want to leave that behind. But the first thing that must be stated clearly is that when you look at John chapter 6, it says plainly and without ambiguity and without any possibility of retreating to the original language.
Can you pull it up there, Yahoo? Or I can do it too, but I like yours so much more.
Yeah, and I can't because I'm on my phone at the moment, so I won't be able to share a screen.
What verse are we looking for?
35 through 44. So he says, it says, and Jesus said unto them, I am the bread of life. He that cometh to me shall never hunger, and he that believeth on me shall never thirst. But I said unto you that ye also have seen me and believe not. So brief pause. He's setting himself up to explain why they have seen him and yet don't believe, right? All that the Father giveth me shall come to me, and him that cometh to me I will in no wise cast out. Now, this is a very important, and this is all going to be important, of course, but this is a very important point to understanding what he's saying here, right? Because he's saying, all who the Father giveth me. So apparently it's the Father who gives those who follow Christ, right? They shall, meaning definitely, without error, come to me. And him that cometh to me, I will in no wise cast out. Now, notice this, he eventually will say, none will pluck them out of my hand. But before he says that, he says he won't cast them out, right?
The thrust is those that come is that it has to happen by God, and that God does it, and that the ones he does will be ultimately raised up on the last day. So it is a chain here. It's very tight in that.
That's exactly right. Note it, and so let's continue. For I come down from heaven, not to do my own will, but the will of him that sent me. So notice that for is kind of because, right? So I will no wise cast them out because I came down from heaven, not to do my own will, but the will of the Father, but the will of him rather who sent me, who is the Father. And this is the Father's will which hath sent me, that of all which he hath given me, I should lose nothing, right? So I will lose nothing. Why will I lose nothing? Because I do the Father's will. What is the Father's will? That I lose nothing. Why does he have that authority? Because he's the one who gave them in the first place. You see what I'm saying? So it's like it's a very tightly knit chain of this follows that, this follows that kind of thing.
John 10 too. All that the Father gives me, I shall lose none. And it says, no one can come to me unless the Father draw him. And it's a strong verb there. It's a some have said like drag, like the net of the fish when he drags them out of the sea or whatever. I've looked at this a lot. I think it's tight. So I would say this. I would say, okay, this is where that context thing comes in. Just to suggest, it's certainly talking. He's talking about. I think it's not inappropriate to think he's talking about believers, but it is certainly also true that he is talking about his disciples, right? And there is an interesting verse where it's the two verses by themselves. I think it's in this area here where it literally says, and of them I will lose none except for one. So it like literally says I can't lose any except for the son of perdition, right? Is that in this verse, in this chapter? I mean,
no, that's John 17.
Okay, yeah, right. Which is obviously not a contradiction, by the way. Just saying. But
I guess I'm waiting for the punchline because, like, in my mind, you've just dug the deepest hole for yourself that you could possibly dig, because he did lose some of the people that left Egypt in the Exodus. So you're like, I'm missing the point, I guess.
Well,
go ahead.
So,
I won't interrupt again. So go ahead. I want to hear you guys go. I just want to listen here.
Well, so let's lay out three things there, right? The first thing is, if that interpretation that you have is true, and I say it with respect, Jesus is just flat out wrong here. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. He's just not correct, right? So if it's true that he actually lost some in the Exodus, then what he's saying right here, he's mistaken, or potentially he's deceitful, which I don't think you want to go that far, obviously, because that would be a whole other can of worms. But he's got to be flatly incorrect, because what he says is very much unambiguous, right? So that should immediately cue us into this fact that there's something that is amiss when we suggest that he's actually losing those who are lost in the wilderness, right? So that's the first point. The second point, then, when it comes to those who are lost in the wilderness, is, and I think you'd probably agree with this, that whole period of Israelite history is very representative, typologically speaking, of the church now, right? So as a clear example of that, Moses dies outside the promised land because of a relatively small mistake, all things considered. Certainly not anything that, to the extremeness, or that's not really the word I'm looking for, but not anything as extreme as like what David does to Uriah, right? Or like what Paul does to the early Christians. Like when you compare, oh, I murdered a man and stole his wife. Oh, I murdered a whole bunch of Christians because I thought that Jesus Christ wasn't truly Messiah. I denied Christ 3 times almost to his face. I mean, it wasn't literally to his face, but Peter might as well have, right? And then you compare that to, I got mad and hit a rock. It's like, man, Moses seemed to be held to like a really, really high standard compared to the rest. And as a result of that, he dies outside the promised land, which I think is a clear typological representation of those who are under the law, sans grace, dying outside of God's promises, right? The law, in other words, the law by itself, minus the grace of the Messiah, whose name just so happens to be the same as the guy he passes the mantle to, that is Yahashua, or Jesus in the contracted form. The law minus that grace cannot bring you to the promised land. Now, if that's true, does that mean Moses is unsaved? No. It only means that he typologically represents somebody who is unsaved. He typologically represents the Jew who dies under the law, rather than the Jew and Gentile who die, or potentially are translated, depending on how exactly who knows the ends from the beginning? Only God. But it only means he typologically represents those who die under the law, as opposed to those who die with grace, like Joshua did. By the way, bear in mind, Joshua did still keep the law, right? So in case we want to say, and I know me and you have agreement on that, but for those who would say, right, the law is a curse. No, Joshua definitely was still adhering to those precepts. He even rededicated everything before he entered into the promised land. But nevertheless, so the typology we have in the case of Moses, which also you see in the case of Aaron, those under the priesthood also die outside of the land, and so on and so forth. That can extend also to those who are part of this multitude who die there. And what is their extension? They are those, like Jesus talks about in the parable of the sower, right? Where it's like, sometimes the seed lands on stony ground, and sometimes it lands on ground that is, that gets kind of strangled out by weeds, and sometimes it lands on the ground that gets scorched by the earth. I know one of them gets taken by a raven, one of them gets scorched by the earth, one of them gets strangled by the weeds, and then the other one plants and has fruit 10-fold, 40-fold, 50-fold, and so on, right? And they are represented.
It sounds kind of rando.
How do you mean?
Well, I mean, just that parable. It sounds like non-determinism, and it kind of also sounds like it seems like it's like he's describing something that's just kind of like indeterminate kind of thing. I'm sorry for interrupting. Keep going. Never mind what I'm not making a point.
No, that's all right. But nevertheless, so I think they are typologically representing those who are, for a time, seeming to be believers, but who nevertheless aren't. The seed has never actually taken root. And notice that in regards to that parable, only one of the seeds actually lands on good ground and is able to take root and blossom, right? So those who are quote unquote lost, it's not like the plant was uprooted or uprooted itself, to sort of torture an analogy. It never landed on good ground to begin with. And such is the case with those who are dying outside of the land, or at least by representation. The individuals, I don't know. I think that you get into dangerous territory when you start saying that the individual is what he typologically represents, because at that point you'd have to start condemning Moses and Aaron and so on to hell. And I don't think
Right, like those wouldn't be the people I brought attention to. I would, like my question would be like the guy that was stoned for breaking the Sabbath, or Korah's rebellion, or like that's why I brought up Balaam and Baal Peor. Like these were people who were protected from death, but then yet still on their own volition rejected and then died whilst in rebellion.
Right, and so and I think they are those who are represented by any of those three seeds that have never taken any root, right? For various different reasons, of course.
Yeah, but I think you get into like splitting hairs, because I could quote that he quoted all the way back in Exodus 6 before they even left Egypt that he was going to redeem them. So, well, they've all been redeemed. So now they've been redeemed and they've lost something. So I mean, like, how does that work on a like a Calvinist scale?
Well, I think
like if you were going to say that they were never chosen, well, like it says that they were redeemed. How are they not chosen if they were redeemed?
Well, I think there's first off, from a corporate perspective, they certainly were, right? Israel was bought out of slavery and then went into its own land. So the nation of Israel, even though that particular generation was not redeemed, or potentially wasn't, because I don't necessarily think that's 100%.
It's just a fact that it's corporately in view. That I think everybody should agree with. And the question then becomes, how does that trickle down, or how much can we assert on an individual? Because I think it's a mistake when people don't, because Paul says they're an example for us, right? And I think it's a mistake when people try to explain away, them not going into Canaan is not being a type for the. It's not necessary that it's an one.
Right, yeah, I'm not saying that, but CJ brought up the point earlier that you can have two statements that appear to be contradictory, which is what we have here, but yet they can still both be true. And that's all I'm trying to say. Like, I think that you could read both of these passages, come to a different conclusion than CJ, and yet both of them can still be a logical conclusion.
I think that's reasonable. That's kind of like my where I'm coming from to start with. It was just that they're seemingly contradictory, and you have to harmonize them. And I think either way can make sense. Some more than others from either particular view. I would say Romans 8 and 9, John 6 and 10 are probably the better ones that actually seem to make more sense under Calvinism. Although I'm not saying it has to be. I don't believe that you have to read it Calvinistically and that they're in contradiction with each other if you don't take a Calvinist view. But I would say those are from an unbiased perspective, I think they're stronger for a Calvinist position. But this is where like that principle comes in, where like, how much do we need to harmonize everything, and what are we willing to say? And that's where I have more compassion or more understanding for the Calvinist view at this point. I would just say I can't ultimately agree with it for other reasons that I've told you, but yeah, keep going. Sorry.
Well, and while I agree with the principle you're using, Yahoo, as far as like they appear to be contradictory, but they can both be true. Certainly that has to be the case, right? The appearance is nothing more than an apparition. So we are in agreement there. What I would suggest is I think that the one side which says, which would be my side, which says this is
The Lord's way, right? No, I'm just kidding. I said, yeah, there's your way and there's the Lord's way, and you do,
Well, and so the one side which sees the redemption as corporate, sees the people as representing a typology rather than necessarily being lost or not lost, although certainly some would be dying in their sins and some wouldn't, and which also recognizes that those who were not who did not make it to the land were never ordained to make it to the land in the first place, precisely so the first two could be accomplished, I think makes more sense of the two statements than another side, which would say, on one end, he says, I will lose none. But on this other end, it does seem like he does lose some, because it almost seems like the one side is providing an answer and the other side is saying, I have a question. And there's nothing wrong with having a question, but if we only have a question,
that's exactly right. That's exactly what it is. Neither good nor, I'm not saying one is necessarily bad. I would just say, yeah, one side is presuming to have an answer and they may have it. And the other side is saying, well, no, that means that it obviously means that you better endure to the end, because God, justification isn't necessarily permanent. Ultimately, it would be my conclusion. Sorry, but keep going.
Yeah. I mean, I would still go to a ton of other verses that would, still go against that, you don't have to remain or whatever, and endure till the end.
Well, and I would agree with that, right? So I guess the main difference from our perspectives there is that I think those who are genuinely saved will endure. It's not that they have to, it's just a guarantee that it will happen. Whereas you would say they have to,
right, but then even whenever you get into the soil, like I could quote, he that begins the work will finish it. Well, the seed started growing, and see, it didn't finish growing, so he doesn't finish what he starts. Like, I mean, there's just so many nuanced ways that you could break this down.
Well, so let me ask, instead of offering a explanation for why I would say that I don't think that works, how would you square the two? And I don't say that in accusatory fashion.
That you can lose your salvation.
Say again?
I would just say that it's possible to lose your salvation. Like that like no one can take your salvation from you or from Jesus. No one can take it from you, but you can give it up willingly. Like, the free offer is, hey, you're not doing anything. I have this vineyard. Would you like to come work in my vineyard? But like that's all free. I get that. I agree with that. But the point of the story is you're going to work in his vineyard. Like, there's nothing preventing you from leaving his vineyard. There's nothing preventing you from stop working in his vineyard. Like, I mean, there's all of this free will that I see once you get to the vineyard of things that you could possibly do that don't meet the requirements of working for your pay. And then over and over again, we see all of these people who I would say had salvation, and then they decided they didn't want it anymore, and they went after the world, and then they died in rebellion. And I would have a hard time saying that they're actually saved now.
So I do appreciate the answer, but I think I'll have to push a little bit, because while I understand you would agree with the proposition that salvation can be lost, what I'm asking is more, so I have these typologies and the doctrine of predestination as sort of my explanation as to how these two statements aren't contradictory. So what would your explanation for how these two statements aren't contradictory be? Because it does seem to me like that part of the conversation hasn't been worked through on the one side.
Well, yeah, like with the Balaam, no one was able to take the Israelites out of God's hand. So the statement is true. But then right after that, they chose of their own free will to start doing Baal pure worship. And then they, for that, they lost their salvation. So
Well, but
he
notice
didn't
that's not
bring
all
it
he
home.
said, though, right?
Like,
He also
he
said
couldn't
that.
lose them. They willingly chose to leave.
Right, but that's not all he said, though, right? He did say, "No one shall pluck them out of my hand," and he also said, "He shall not cast them out." And those two things, I think, can work with what you're saying. But he also said, "Of those who are given, I shall lose none," that's an ultimate statement, right? So he's covering all three bases. He's saying, I'm not gonna push them out. No one's gonna pluck them out, and also just the general statement, I will lose none. The reason being they were given to me by the Father. You see what I mean?
I mean, yeah, but I don't know. It's not secure until the end. So, if you're going to make the point that he doesn't lose any, well, he doesn't lose any because they're not secure until the very end. Like whenever he's ready to go into the kingdom, they're ready to cross the Jordan. Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Well,
It still doesn't seem to override like all of the previous examples and pictures that we have in Scripture.
Well, and for the time being, I'll let that rest, only because I don't want to pester you too much. I would just ask as a sort of suggestion, and of course, if you'd like to give a suggestion for me to think about as well, feel free to do so. I would ask for to consider the statement, and not only that that he said, "I will lose none," but also the statement that those who are given will be, future tense, raised up on the last day, implying that not only are the given and the raised one and the same, but that they're at two different points in time, right? In other words, they're given first, they're made secure first, and then they're risen up on the last day. That being said, though, I will also consider, how to best explain what's going on with Israel in the situation with Baal Peor and all these other kinds of things. Because I do appreciate that you're obviously not just winging it and just coming to this with no, with no thought at all. So.
Yeah, that's not an issue at all. I like the hard questions. It makes me think for sure.
Yeah, well, and also for the record, real quickly, I do just want to say, I understand that the both of y'all do get a good tongue lashing from some people who would be on my side. So I do appreciate that we can all kind of collect together here and not give each other tongue lashings, because it really is an in-house issue.
I'd rather just throw some ideas around and learn something.
Right.
I mean, yeah. I've got to pour another cup of coffee.
Did you were coming through there or not? Because my mic was unplugged.
I heard your voice, but I didn't hear the audible language.
Yeah, the other mic probably tried to pick it up. I was just gonna say, those guys that do that though, ultimately when I lay down, I'm thinking these guys they live with their mom, and they probably wear kids, white kids, so
brutal.
Whatever.
That was rough.
Kids are I don't know. I think they started the sexual revolution of never mind. So I got a gotcha one for you. I want to see how you answer it. Are you ready? It's a short one.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay, so when it was regarding inability, total inability, seems like when Jesus says he spoke in parables, I think I've asked you this before a long time ago. I don't remember what you said, but I'm curious because it came up recently, and it seems like a good one to me from that a Calvinist might miss, right? Or read over it or something, but it seems like you might have had a decent answer for this one. If maybe vaguely I remember, but why, if total depravity is the intention of the text, that how we should be having as a presupposition for various reasons. I know there's arguments for that, of course, and some of them are rather good. and I don't totally disagree with the notion, but I think I ultimately don't think it's total inability in a sense, in the same way, I guess, is what I would say. But so, like, if total inability is true, seems like when Jesus is saying, like, I spoke in parables because if I didn't, they would believe. Like, why would he have to conceal his teaching if he wasn't going to grant them the ability to believe it? Oh, anyways, or they naturally by birth can't believe it unless he grants it to them. Why would he have to go out of his way to conceal the truth? You get what I'm saying?
Or
Yeah, like,
or why
if
is there
they
a
can't-
choice if there is no choice?
Yeah, so
If unable from birth, why would, unless they're enabled, then why would he have to conceal anything?
yeah, and so it's basically like the concealing implies that if it wasn't concealed, they could have potentially done something about it, right?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe I didn't articulate it as well as I remember hearing some, like Leighton Flowers was brought it up or something. And I think I've heard John MacArthur talk about this a little bit too.
Well,
But,
he's certainly a better theologian than I am thus far. Of course, he's got 60 plus years.
I don't
on
know
him.
about that, actually. I actually might say I don't actually agree with that, actually.
Oh, well.
I mean, he's a good
that.
speaker and he has authority in that sense. But I mean, as far as like arguments, I don't know that he gives any. I don't know. He's not that great. I think he's just a good speaker and he's a good expositor for sure. But like his arguments, his big sermon that I've seen online with lots of views about the truth about the Sabbath, I found just pathetic. And I would say that you've made way better arguments to make a case for. I mean, I don't agree with you ultimately, but I think looking at what the things he brings up are pathetic compared to the case you make.
Well, I appreciate that. Real quickly, I just got to take a moment to definitely appreciate that, because that is, you may not see it the same way I do, but I see that as very high praise. So thank you very much. That being said, though, so the question, why bother hiding it if there is no ability of them to accept it in the first place? The first thing I think I would say, although it is not entirely related, it's a little bit of a side swipe, but it's okay because we're going to get back on the main road. The very fact that he's hiding it does seem to imply a certain level of predestination, in my opinion, because it's like, for these, but not for those. Now, why, of course, that's happening is a question that we'd have to answer as well. I think.
Well, you could say if he spoke it, like literally the message of him speaking it would be the granting of the of the ability, I guess you might say, because that seems to be like one of the contentions. Like I that's where I like agree in the sense that like it is God acting first. If God didn't instantiate the actual historical accomplishment that Jesus does, his teaching in the world, and then that message in as it's taught as the preacher, how will they not, how will they believe if no one preaches, that whole verse idea. So it's like, you could argue that, I guess you could say like, well, he concealed it because the very message of him teaching it unconcealed would be the granting of the ability. I guess, right? Something like that you could say maybe.
So I think that would certainly be a interesting point to bring up, and it wouldn't be entirely without merit. I think that the biggest answer to the question would be that the how do I want to word this to make sure I'm getting it clear? What Jesus does by teaching in parables is he essentially weeds out those who, from the Calvinist perspective, irresistible grace has been given to, from those who it has not. And why do I say it that way? Well, because the apostles have no idea what he's talking about either, right? How many times do they say, Lord, explain this to us? We're
we're stumped. And I'm obviously paraphrasing, but you know, it seems pretty persistent. And then, of course, he goes on to explain in very clear detail what is meant by, you know, the angels or the reapers, or, you know, the seed is like the man who is choked up, or the seed is choked up by the weeds, like the man who's choked up by the love of the world, and all this other kind of stuff, right? He starts to explain it clearly and in a non-parabolic fashion. So nobody actually understands him at first, but there's a certain group of people that says, okay, so what does that mean, Lord? We know that you are the teacher. We know that you are sent of God, and that you have the wisdom of God, that you are, in fact, in the case of Peter, he even goes as far as to say he is Messiah, son of the blessed, right? And of course, I don't think everybody else disbelieved that. I don't think they'd like, oh, I've never heard of that before, right? But nevertheless, so we know this. So what you're saying must not be nonsense. So, Lord, please explain to us what it means. And the rest of the guys are like, you know what? This guy's a kook, and I think I'm kind of done. It was cool when he was giving us fish and loaves and healing the sick and all that kind of stuff. But now that I can't really readily understand his teachings, or now that it's pricking me at the heart, I think I'm out. And so when he's giving the parables, not only does that imply a certain level of predestination itself, because he's literally saying it's not for these, it is for those. But on top of that, he's actually weeding out the crowd such that the tares, because they don't decide to ask follow-up questions, leave on their own free accord. And the wheat on their own free accord then comes to him and says, what does this mean? We know you have the answers. Please teach us. Right. So I think that when he starts laying out the parables, essentially what he's doing is creating the necessary atmosphere to separate from those who are elect from those who are not.
Sure, but the way he says it, I think, is the point. Like he says, he basically says something in the way, maybe somebody can help me, or I'll look it up to get it right here. But I think the contention is in the way he words it. It's like he says,
yeah,
I speak so that they can't, because if I said it in a way where they understood what I'm saying, they would believe. And so that seems to suggest that they have they're not in a circumstance where you could say that they're totally unable, like incapable of it or whatever. I guess it would depend on how you describe exactly how strongly and in what sense you describe the nature of the inability. I guess you could say, like, does it require like a supernatural, like kind of mysterious, like where God flips a switch, metaphorically speaking, or like is it just literally God withholding just a simple message of the gospel? Because I think if you go that route, you could say, because if he spoke it just plainly, that would be the means by which they'd believe. Which, in a sense, you're saying the fact that he's withholding what he knows they need to believe seems to suggest that. I mean, that's kind of how I look at this. Is where I'm like, no, it is true that God determines things all the time because he knows what'll happen when he does a certain thing or not. And when he does that thing, the person responds exactly how he expects. Like with Pharaoh, it's like he's not like forcing him to be bad, but he knows how, like, just like if I tell my girlfriend she's fat, she's gonna have a bad day. And like, did I determine her bad day? Yeah, I did. And because I knew how she'd respond, and I did the thing and she responded that way. Only God's even more sure how his people will respond. But there's kind of a disconnect, I think, there as far as how we conceive of determinations regarding, affecting people by our actions. Like one side is saying, I mean, I can give like leeway to either way of looking at it.
I'm kind of with you. Like, if with the clay, like God's saying, "Oh, I'm gonna put an arm on this clay figure," and then the clay's like, "Nah, I'm gonna break." Or the ground, like whenever he's preaching, they're like, you know what? I'm gonna harden my heart and not go up there and learn some more. Like I'm gonna turn myself into the rocky soil. Like I don't know. I guess that's how I see the free will playing in this. Like he's not forcefully making the clay break. It just, it does break.
Well, and there's even an extent to which I kind of agree with that, in so much as that, I do think that a lot of the ways that God that God determines stuff is by kind of soliciting a certain response that he knows he'll get. Like, for example, in the book of Job, Satan is not even, he doesn't even seem to have Job in mind. And then God almost provokes him to accuse Job. And he knows what he's going to do as soon as he provokes him. But God has a plan in mind to show that Job really is who he says he is, or who God says he is, I guess, to be more precise. So I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with that element of it. And I think that is part of, why I would take the view of compatibilism rather than hard determinism. However, if Jesus were to lay everything out plainly and they believed, I think I would ask the question, would they truly? And the reason I would ask that question is because the way he did decide to do so, they had no time for him, and they decided to leave and be separated from those who did have time for him.
Then
Right?
he's literally saying that he knew that how they'd respond, and he acted so that they would respond in the way he said they would. And so it's kind of like it is the case that he's getting the outcome based on the way he is sovereignly acting to get that outcome. And so in a sense, he's making something happen, knowing that it will happen, and it does, with a particular purpose in mind. And this is where I'm like, to non-Calvinists, I'm like, don't try to deny that. That is what's going on there. God is absolutely in control, and that's what he's telling you. And I think he's saying, look, and you should be happy about it, because my purposes are righteous, like actually righteous. Like you can understand that they're actually for a good purpose. And I think like the one that I wanted to bring up to you too really quick while we're on this, can you go to 2 Thessalonians? Because Tyler Vela brought this up, and I'm not sure. I think he's pushing it too hard about, like, he's literally trying to say, like, no, God literally wants them to believe the lie. Because 2 Thessalonians, it says, and it's an interesting passage, God will send them strong, and he brings that up. He's like, see, God wants them to believe the lie, he sends them the lie, and then they're going to believe it. And it's like, what more do you want? And I think it's worth discussing, because I would say, in the way, just like he knew Abraham would respond for his purposes, I would say, and that he proves Abraham right when he sends him to kill Isaac, but then he stops him. And it's like, he knew Abraham would do what he said, but I would still say that it was his way of proving it, like in time and reality, like experientially. Like, I would rather prefer to leave God's knowledge as more of a mystery than like asserting that he just has to, like, in a really strong sense, make it happen. I would say it's better to say God's just like really smart, and he doesn't necessarily have to force it. He just is like, it's no reason to doubt anything. It's just like in the same way, God, by his his superior purposes and plan and knowledge, he will accomplish without doubt what he seeks to do. I would just want to say he's not like having to pull the strings in a strong sense in that, so much as like you're not making a volitional choice that you're responsible for, seemingly anyway, or not. And so I think God, in the same way, we can look at this with the strong delusion. Like it's like he's showing everybody that those who aren't trusting in him and humbling themselves to him, it's like the final thing he sends them to, like, prove them for what they are. I would just want to say the outcome is known by God for a purpose, and he knows how they'll respond, but it's like a proving before everybody else and to that person ultimately, right, what they are without doubt. So it's almost like, for me, this is like, just like he proves his remnant, his people, he's also going to prove the wicked for what they are by sending them what they ultimately kind of have come to want. And it's like a demonstration in history to before everybody, and this is where I think this is like kind of an Adventist idea or whatever, but I think it makes sense. He's like, it's proving to kind of sum up the rebellion for what it is, so that when it ends, it's ended for good in such a way that it actually is, and you could say God's demonstrating fully who he is, just like he did in Christ, by, making a fool of the principalities and powers that, demonstrated their evil desires in seeking to kill the innocent one, who is all loving and all righteous. And by letting them essentially influence the people to kill him, and then God dying for sinners while they were yet sinners to demonstrate his love is like the ultimate like dunk on evil, and vindicating in a sense, like, or you could say demonstrating who he actually is in such a way that there's no doubt. You have no doubt to mistrust him because of what he's willing to go through to save people, because he actually loves them and has a purpose for them. Sorry, I'm on my soapbox now.
I mean, that's okay. I've been on my soapbox most of this episode, so.
Well, so what do you think is wrong with that?
I don't know if I think anything is wrong with it per se, as much as it is that I guess I kind of think that my own, and of course I do, right, because I'm biased, but I just think that the view I have laid out here just kind of makes more sense of it. So in other words, it's like I could even see that being a part of it. I just think that,
well, like, why else would God feel necessary to allow suffering and evil? Do you think?
I think there's a lot of things I can think of. I think what you're saying has a lot to do with it. Like, it certainly does demonstrate his love, and it certainly does demonstrate his how would I say?
Shows
like,
evil for what it is and who he is for who he actually is, and then in such a way that we can actually see who he is and know that like he is actually right, and not just because he determined us to believe it or like told us we have to believe it or we should, and like because we're evil, if we don't, like, we're guilty and all that. And that's all true to an extent, but he's also at the same time, we are actually guilty. He actually is sovereign and in control, but he actually there's a reason he allowed the evil, because he wants to actually show us that that's bad, not good for us, not for our purpose, but he has to allow it to make sure that in the end, he doesn't actually he's not actually just like saying, you have to believe me because I'm God. He's like, and it's not like he couldn't do that, but because of his character, he wants to make sure the evil, no one has any reason to rebel again. And so he's like being patient and long suffering and making sure he demonstrates who he is in such a way that he could fix the issue that we caused, I guess is my point. I don't know. You get it, I think, probably.
Yeah, well, no, and I think there's some truth to that, certainly, too. And I think there's some other things I would add to it. So, for example, I think that God wants to manifest his attributes in real time, which includes things like judge. So I always give the example of, God is always God, but you're literally not a God until you're an object of worship. So in order to be an object of worship, you need something to worship you, right? So he's manifesting that quality of his, of being the divine being, the center of all worship, by creating beings who worship. By his nature, he's a creator, but he wasn't literally a creator until he created, right? And likewise, I think he wants to demonstrate a lot of the other attributes, such as Redeemer and Judge, and his kind and so forth.
So the issue I have with that theodicy and I've thought about this a lot, I would say, we've probably talked about it, but so I want two questions. First, I would ask this as a preliminary. Do you agree with John Piper when he says God is most glorified when we are most satisfied in him? And then I would ask, what was the other thing? The other thing would be, do you think God needed evil in order to demonstrate all his characteristics?
I would say yes and yes.
So I would say yes and no. Ultimately, that kind of makes, I think, clarifies the difference there. Do you see? So I guess, and I may be misguided. It's possible that it seems like God. I would want to say because of what man did, that I would say it's just it's a given that his attributes will be demonstrated no matter what happens. But I there seems to be something wrong with saying God is gonna like determine us to have evil happen so that he can demonstrate the necessity of who he is. The necessity of who he is going to be demonstrated at some point, inevitably, I would argue, because of who God is. But that's going to be manifested because he is who he is, in response to what we have done to cause the evil, in a sense. You know what I mean? And so it's not that I would want to say he didn't cause it to merely demonstrate kind of like, I want to make sure. There's a sense where that's kind of the case, I guess, even on what I'm saying, but I would want to say they will be demonstrated when he fixes what we did, rather than like he wanted to have us do what we did so that he could demonstrate it. It's just that that will be demonstrated because he is who he is, and that's just kind of a natural outcome because God is good or whatever, and we messed it up. I mean, maybe you could be saying that in a sense. I would just want to say, I don't think God was like, hey, I'm going to set this thing up so that they mess up on purpose, and then so I can just demonstrate how I do all those things. You don't find that to be problematic at all?
I don't, for a couple reasons. The big one being that I have, as I've told you before, come to the conclusion that I think that the question of God's deliberately ordaining evil is just a bullet that I think I have to bite in order to be consistent. For the life of me, and I could totally be missing something, I don't want to be arrogant, but for the life of me, just cannot make sense of the idea that that's not the case. Because it just seems like, and it seems that way not only on the Bible, given the different Bible verses we have, but just if I believe in any triomni monotheistic creator God, I don't see how it's possible that couldn't be the case. Like if I was a Sikh, I think
there's no answer that could explain it because of his knowledge. In other words, like because of his power and his knowledge of what would happen before he creates anything, that because it is the way it is, that's the only explanation that's viable. Essentially, sounds like you're saying. I would just ask you this. I think we could ask the question though, at least conceptually, and this is where that becomes a problem for me to accept that. And although I will admit that there is a mystery in that view that's maybe and I could agree with this, and I think you might say this, that libertarian free will is incoherent essentially. So there is no libertarian free will, and that's the only way you could make a case for what I'm saying, in the sense of it's like, there's some sense that he's responding to what we did, what we freely chose to do, but you don't see a way to say there's any real sense that it's totally free because of his knowledge before he creates or something, maybe something like that. And there does seem to be an issue there, maybe. I would just say, so here's the question I would want to ask. I kind of think we can ask the philosophical question. Would God be, like, I think God is is so good, right? And powerful and all that, all the properties of God, and his goodness, is primary, right? His holiness and his love. And, and all the other things kind of flow out of that automatically anyways. They're not necessarily lesser. Those are certainly the case, that God is loving, and I think, and just, and all that, I would say. But so here's the question. Is it a greater conceivable being who could manifest all those attributes that God wants to manifest, he will manifest, let's say, all of his qualities? Would it be a greater possible conceivable being if he could do that without us sinning? And I want to say, it seems like if that is possible, the answer is yes. It would be a greater conceivable being if it indeed is possible that he could manifest who he is fully without evil existing. And it just seems there seems to be something kind of filthy or dirty about the notion that God requires there to be evil to demonstrate his goodness, I guess. And I know that's a kind of like a age-old maybe philosophical quandary or whatever, perhaps.
Well, so I think I don't want to be too dismissive of it, but I think the problem with that is that it's kind of incoherent, honestly. So, like, for example, how could God demonstrate that he is a judge of unrighteousness if unrighteousness did not exist? Or how could he demonstrate that he was a redeemer of those who had who repented and sought him if nobody had anything to repent of? You know what I mean?
Well, you were right, but I think, well, the question comes down to, well, that's like saying you can't enjoy you can't really enjoy sex unless you've had your genitals mutilated first, because you wouldn't really appreciate it in the same way unless you like had experienced or like you couldn't enjoy a vacation in the same way you would enjoy a vacation unless you were a slave for a whole lifetime, right? Because a slave can really appreciate you know, a cold beer after a hard day's work in a way that you can't really enjoy it if you're always well, if you're always at an even temperature or something, right? Like you can't experience hot unless you like fully experience hot unless you experience cold. And there's a sense where that's true. I don't know that it's incoherent to think like, do you think so? I mean, there seems to be an issue there because now you're saying like you're kind of like saying, like man fell so that he could become God or whatever sort of thing, and I don't mean you're saying that. I just mean that sort of notion, right? Like it was good that we fell then, I guess. I mean, isn't that kind of ultimately what you're saying? Like the ultimate good outcome that's promised couldn't really have been experienced unless man like suffered and fell, or something. Is that?
Well, it's certainly what he willed, I think. I don't know if I would go as far as to say that it's good per se, because that can be a loaded term. But I would just say that, like you were saying, you can't truly experience thus unless you've experienced some other thus, right? And that isn't actually quite what I'm saying, because it's more along the lines of there are certain qualities. If it is truly good, like use the creator quality, right? If creator is one of God's inherent qualities, he could not manifest that if he did not create something, right? Like it's just not possible. It's not like there's this non-creation and then
Well,
once you
yeah, right.
that you have this creation and that makes
Sure.
it better. That is one way of thinking about it, certainly. But what I'm saying is it's even a little farther than that. In the case of like redemption,
Yeah, you can't redeem something that's not hasn't fallen or whatever.
exactly, right?
No, that's
or I can't
true.
judge something that hasn't committed any sort of wrong. So now, how exactly he has ordained those things, I think.
I couldn't learn to be a surgeon unless you've gotten a car accident.
No, seriously though, that's actually a good example, right? There's no necessity for a surgeon unless somebody needs surgery.
Right. No, I agree with that. That certainly is true. But I think on a more deeper level, the question would be something like, what are the attributes that God would want to demonstrate? So, because like I think that's yet to be explored or conceived, right, in our conversation. But I would argue like, because it seems like the implications of like if we're to like conclude that it is incoherent, like that we can't possibly come up with, you're essentially saying that God, you're literally biting the bullet and saying like God literally just like in the Westminster Confession, it seems like they want a caveat about regarding the fall. Like God didn't like want them to fall. Like he didn't want them to lose their faith in him, right? He wanted them to remain faithful and not believe the lie of the serpent. Don't we have to say that?
Yeah, certainly. So what it ends up bringing attention to is the distinction between a desire and something that you will. So will in philosophy is deliberate action, right? And I would say that God has willed sin to occur, but he did not desire sin to occur. Now, he wills sin to occur because of a underlying desire, namely the desire to manifest his qualities, the desire for his plan to be caught into action, and all these other different kinds of things. But he doesn't actually have a desire for sin itself. Rather, he wills that sin occurs so that a so far unmentioned desire, although I just brought it up, but usually in this conversation it wouldn't be mentioned by this point, can be met, right? And a classic example of this is the example of, well, there's a lot of classic examples. The example of somebody being mugged is the one I was going to use, but to make everything a little bit less violent, I'll use the example of working out, right? You don't desire to put yourself in pain by ripping your muscles up and lifting 100 pounds 5 or 6 times, or however many times you decide to hit the dumbbell, right? That's not your desire, but you will to do so, meaning you deliberately act to do so. Why? Because you have another so far unnamed desire, and that desire is to be healthy. But what you actually desire to do is, as far as the desire to work out or sit on the couch and eat potato chips, well, let's be honest, it's sit on the couch and eat potato chips, right?
Well, whenever my wife bitches at me for getting fat and sitting on the couch all day, I just say, all is of God, honey.
Well,
That's what I whisper in my victim's ear when I'm mugging them. All is of God. Don't worry. That's what I tell Ace Theo all the time. Because he's always like, all is of God. And I'm like, kind of. But I'm like, I think God says, like, don't do that thing. And he prefer you didn't. Like, that's where it starts getting dicey for me. I'm just like, I don't disagree that, like, I just think there's got to be some separation. Like, because, like, the deterministic God certainly doesn't. Well, it is true that I think I would rather bite the bullet and say there's somewhat of a mystery, just because it seems like to have God, especially if you're going to say the necessity is that God wills everything that occurs. I would say this is where the allowance thing tries to make a distinction, because it's like, because in a deterministic world, in that sense, in a stronger deterministic sense, if you take that route, it seems like you're saying, it seems problematic if God has two wills that are opposing, if the world is indeed, if we're indeed to take both desires seriously and with the same weight, it seems weird for him to give us a desires that to say he has two wills that are in conflict with each other when he's the one determining everything. That just seems like confused, I guess, to be frank about it. It seems like you can make a case where, like, well, he just means that that's a bad thing and he doesn't want it to happen, but really he ultimately does, though. But he says he doesn't. Like, he says, like, he seems like that's like having to, like, not take one of the things he declares as his will and say, well, it's not really his will, his ultimate will, which is what trumps the other wills. But there's some sense that he has that will, but not really. Like, it seems incoherent in the sense of, or it seems like it makes God deceptive, I guess, maybe in some level, because how would we know which one to take as his ultimate will when he's saying they're both genuine, seem to be saying they're both genuine desires, if he can't lie? Like, there's no indication that one should take supersession over the other unless we have a presupposition that puts them in conflict, I guess that's, I mean, I'm just saying that's where I'm at with that, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Well, I
know
think
there's
the
certainly
nature
tension
of these things, right? Because first off, I brought up the sort of story example where it's just kind of the nature of being in the position of an author. But the other example too is just the one I just gave, right, of working out, right, where it's like you do have two desires which appear to be in conflict. In the case of God, in the case of the working out, they certainly are. Sitting on the couch and eating potato chips is in conflict with working out. But in the case of God, I would say ultimately it isn't, because he still gives his law. He still will ultimately redeem those who he saves and judge those who are condemned. So it all will end up working out in the end. But the other thing I would say, and this is sort of, it's a little bit of a gotcha, if I may. If it is true that God having two seemingly conflicting desires seems a little like we would say, I guess, dishonesty is the word that was used there. Which, to be fair, I don't take issue to you saying that. I obviously don't believe it, but say what you want to say. That way we're clear, right? But nevertheless, I would suggest, what does it mean to have weightier matters of the law, if that is true? If that,
You mean like an exception to the rule sort of thing?
well, so like, for
It
example,
seems like it makes sense if he allows freedom so that you can resist his desire. Like, he prefer you don't sin, but he allows you to sin. But he's saying, hey, I don't want you to, like I would tell my kid, hey, I don't want you to do drugs, but I can't stop you because I've allowed you to have the ability to make that decision. I don't want you to do that, but I'm not gonna like do what is necessary to stop you from doing every little thing I wouldn't have you do, because I don't think because I think that makes more sense if it's an allowance. Just like you would tell somebody you love, I don't want you to hurt yourself, but I'm not going to do what would be necessary to stop you from doing it, which suggests to me that, in other words, because you're basically, let me make it a little stronger. I would say you're basically saying, like, God tells us he desires that we don't sin, but really ultimately he wanted us to sin at the end of the day so that he could do these other things. And he's saying he doesn't really like it, but ultimately he does, because it's going to do something even better. And there's a truth to it in the sense, like, well, yeah, an all sovereign God doesn't want you to sin, but sin happens. So there's got to be a reason for it. I would just say the reason isn't because ultimately he has a greater will that says, I know I told you I don't want you to do that, but I actually do, because there's a purpose for it. Rather, I would say he's literally
aren't you conceding the same though?
Why?
Because think about it. If God knew what, like, let's say he's molded the figure of Jamie out of the hypothetical clay, and just for the sake of argument, he has the option to either make Jamie with free will or without free will. And let's say he decides, I want to make Jamie with free will so that I can come into a willing, loving relationship with him. But if that happens, I know Jamie will, for example, reject divine determinism. I'm just kidding. But no, do something that's sinful, right?
Yeah, he certainly allows it. I'm just saying,
but is it just allowance in that case? Because he actually has the opportunity to not give you free will and therefore stop you from doing those sins he knows you'll do. But he actually decides to give you free will anyway, because he thinks that will ultimately be a better accomplishment of his purposes. And so what I mean when I bring that up, which, by the way, that's actually very close to what my understanding of compatibilism in the 1689 London Baptist Confession's understanding of compatibilism and the Westminster Confession understanding of compatibilism, that you're actually incredibly close to those understandings in that. So, but isn't that the same thing? You're saying he has two wills
in certain ways,
saying one over the other.
Yeah, I would just say the way you're describing it is okay. So it's like this. So the kind of conundrums that don't make sense to me would be something like, I can't take God's sincerely for what he's saying in the same sense, because yes, ultimately he allows it, but you're kind of smuggling in the determinism, because you're like basically kind of asserting that, well, he knows what you're going to do, and you do it, and he allowed it, and he knew you would do it, and so in a sense, just like the determinism thing, like he knew how Pharaoh would respond, and then he did that thing which he didn't have to do to make him respond that way. There's a sense where like we kind of like lose contact with what really matters about the distinction there. And I would say, well, this is what ends up mattering, is that can we take God straightforward at his word, in the sense of him saying, and you could make the same case against me with like the John text, I suppose, or whatever, and that sort of thing too. But I would just say, I like I've said a million times, it just seems like he really doesn't want us to sin. But because we do, his glory will be manifested by fixing what we've done. But you're kind of more saying, no, he really wanted that to happen. And it's not wrong in the sense where, like, yeah, he knows that's going to happen, and he knows what he's going to do in response to it, and he allowed it, and he could have done things to stop it. And I would just say the reason he didn't stop it was because there's some sort of principle in the relational thing. It's like, it's kind of like the thing with the kid, you let your kid do stuff, and because to control him would be to take away from that person that which is necessary to have a, I can give you I thought this is a good example. Somebody said it was like, God can have a dog. You can give a kid a stuffed animal, a really plush stuffed animal of a husky, which will never ever disobey you, and it will do whatever you say, and it doesn't poop on the floor, and it doesn't bug you when you're trying to sleep, and it doesn't bark in your ear, and it's always clean, but it just sits there. Or there's the one that it responds to you, and you can teach it stuff, and it loves you, and it licks your face without you making it lick your face, and it seems like the Calvinist one is kind of suggesting that you get that stuffed animal that doesn't actually like respond in the same sort of real way, and only the Calvinist stuffed animal actually still poops on the floor, though, even though it's determined.
It does kind of seem like God's just like having this puppet show, and then at the end he's just celebrating with all of the puppets that he decided were cool. Like I understand I understand where you're coming from.
I was joking about the pooping on the floor thing. It's just like, dude, if God determines everything, though. So here, let me be as mean as I can here. So the puppet show is like, if it's a puppet show, which I know you're not actually saying, but in a sense, if it's God's determination, he's not only not having the puppy dog that's like freely responding to lick your face, but it's this, he's making stuffed animals, but then for some reason he makes the stuffed animal that just does what he wants it to do all the time. Only he makes the stuffed animal poop on the floor. And so now it's like, that's the worst of both worlds. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I know that's like totally, I'm kind of joking. I'm just saying like,
well, no, I do get what you're saying, and I even, despite the fact that you're saying it in jest, I even get the argument underlying it, and it's not a bad one. The issue that I would just want you to realize is that is an unavoidable concept for either side. The difference from what we can see as Calvinists is that one side admits it, right? Because we do agree that God sees all things, and we do agree he's present during all times, and we do agree that he's present in all places, and we do agree that he is the uncaused first cause with the power to do anything that he wishes. And so essentially what you're saying here is that, so you have the dog, and it's like, I am 100% confident, I can't possibly be wrong, that if I make this dog a real dog, he will actually poop. Not only do I know he'll poop on my floor, but I know he'll poop on my floor at 2:33 a.m. next Wednesday. You know what I mean? And I can say that beyond any shadow of a doubt. I know it to be true. I could keep him to be a stuffed animal if I want, but perhaps I want the love and the affection that comes with having a real husky. So,
well, why have the stuffed animal and then also have the stuffed animal actually poop and make a mess of everything too?
Say again?
I heard someone make this kind of analogy, and then it struck me that, like, in a sense, like the Calvinist, the stronger determinism one is what I would say, which I think maybe isn't a fair analogy, but it's almost like, in a sense, like not only is the the one that's more deterministic, which would be like the stuffed animal, like you're basically saying not only is it more like the stuffed animal, but he makes the stuffed animal poop, rather than. Because like if we're determined and we still sin, it's like you'd think if he was going to have us where he determined everything, he would just determine us to never sin, because he says he doesn't like sin, and it seems like sin is bad and it's harmful or whatever. So it seems like it's not only not the puppy, but it's making the stuffed animal actually do all the bad attributes that come along with the real dog. Only it's a stuffed animal and it poops, or something, like to kind of drive the point, I guess. That's not necessarily being fair about it, I guess.
I think that would apply to, for example, Martin Luther. But I think your classical Calvinist, your Calvin, your Knox, your MacArthur, your Wilson, your White, would not actually have a form of determinism that is compatible with that view. Ironically.
Yeah, actually, I agree with you. I think Calvinism on the extreme ends, takes the conclusions of some of the philosophy further than Calvin either conceived of or desired to assert, maybe even. I almost think sometimes I wonder if they were as strong of, or if they wanted to take it to the level that's like you could say hyper Calvinist will, where they're like, and it kind of just that's kind of just like a judgment you make, and depends on what the person's trying to say when they say things that can sound extreme. Like God wants you to commit adultery, He makes you commit adultery. Like if I'm like really not trying to attack how absurd that sounds, I would say, depends on what he's trying to emphasize there. Like if you're trying to emphasize God's control and sovereignty, I agree with Calvinists. I think non-Calvinists are way too quick to like want to quibble about the fact of God's control and sovereignty. I do think Calvinists define sovereignty sometimes, or they kind of make it out to be more than it really means to say when that term is used. But I think even worse or more problematic is the non-Calvinists who like want to fight the like when you brought up the Job thing that one day, like nobody would actually hear what you were saying, and you were right. I agree with that. It's like we have to recognize that God certainly does things that at first glance a lot of people want to like deny and without thinking it through. And it's like, no, God is in control. And it seems to me that He does know the future, I would say, and people are too quick to not accept what the text is saying, I would say, to throw you a bone, and to where I agree with you. I don't say that to be agreeable. I actually agree with the Calvinist in many cases where other people are too quick to dismiss what's really going on. I think God is allowing bad things. He is using them for a purpose. He even like is involved in it in a certain sense more than people want to admit. I will say that to be agreeable before I'm losing my voice and I got to work tomorrow, but I'll let you guys say whatever you want as long as you want. And I thank you for coming.
Yeah, well, I don't want to slap and run, so I won't make another argument. I'll just say
You can, you're fine. But
no,
I know. Have fun with it.
Just for the sake of I guess my own integrity, I won't. But I do appreciate the conversation. That is what I will say, and I think it's been very fun. This is a topic I'm actually writing about. If either you or anybody else in the audience is interested, I got a book coming out soon. 18 questions for the Reformed answer. It's just going through some common questions. My non-Reformed friend Graham happened to ask a list of 18 questions, which are the 18 most common questions, I think. And so I decided to answer them in a booklet form. So shameless plug aside, though, I do appreciate this conversation. I think
pause real quick. Can you come? What are you working Saturday night?
I will be working.
Till when?
I'll be working. Let's see. Saturday I'll be working 12 to about 10:30.
Okay, crap. Okay, I'll call you later. Go ahead. Yeah, just because I'm doing that panel on Saturday night, and that's probably too late for some of the people I invited, but I wanted you to come, but because Ryan's going to do it. I need another Calvinist.
What's the?
We got Romans 9.
I remember. Yeah, with Francis and.
Yeah. And Chapa said he would come, and I think Ryan's going to come, and I talked to Crimson Air's going to come, and I think David Preston is going to come, and some other people can come too. I'm looking for Calvinists now because I've been holding it off, but we'll think of somebody. Let me know.
Yeah, well, who, if you'd be willing to take suggestions, someone who I would have honored to take my place would be Chris Date. If you'd be interested in reaching out to him. We have pretty much identical views on the issue of Calvinism and on top of
I'll have to ask him. Mention it to him if you talk to him, but I'll invite him. I wanted to have people that are kind of really well versed on the subject and have a few non-Calvinists and Calvinists and have I'm not sure exactly the format yet, but I wanted to have kind of maybe a 3-on-3 of people that are really knowledgeable that can make all the best arguments, and then have I'm thinking kind of a debate, but not really a debate per se, more of a conversation, and kind of do it, just try a format with three, kind of like a 3-on-3, not too big of a panel, but also able to have an interesting conversation with a little bit of tension, maybe.
Yeah,
and just make it interesting.
I gotta be honest, I'm kind of bummed that I won't be able to be there. That's would be, both Francis and Dan are phenomenal guys to talk to, and so is Ryan, for the record.
I don't think Turton could come.
Oh man,
So I'm not sure, but then Chapa said he would because I invited both of them, and then I forget there was one other person that was a good person that's talked about talks about this often, but we'll see. I mean, it could change. Maybe I'll try to make it change. I don't know. We'll talk about it, but
well, I know you said
it's so hard to get everybody's
I very much
schedule.
like Crimson Air also, so
Yeah, and Crimson Air too. Yeah, that's right. I invited him too. And there's a bunch of people I'd like to do it as a regular thing, but like kind of do a format that's different. And I'm still kind of planning out some ideas, and then I'm hoping that it'll be fun, so that other people will want to do it, and then it'll be like kind of a different thing, and be like an entertaining and informative thing or whatever. Just trying it out for fun. It's just hard to schedule, people that aren't bums like all of us or whatever, that just whatever, they like trying to do it, or they're theologians literally or whatever. But I think if you could do something really fun where everybody had fun and it was informative, once you did it a few times, people would find a way to do it, and then it could be successful, maybe, I don't know, or it would just be fun to do anyway. So that's the idea.
yeah, I'd definitely be willing to do that. And by the way, I just looked at the live chat. Sorry, I took a bite of a sandwich. And as it turns out, Crimson Air is actually in the live chat. And he says, have a rematch with Charles and re-expose his antinomian leanings. Yeah, actually, funny you should say that. My last open mic, me and Charles said that we're going to start working on getting another debate set up. So we're probably going to end up doing that, Crimson Air. And also, Crimson Air, if you'd be interested, I'd like to have a conversation with you, either on eternal security or on any of the 5 points of Tulip, because I know you've been wanting to talk with me about those, and it seems like every time we try, it's too late and I got to go to bed. But anyway, glad to see you here, man. You're one of my favorite conditionalists to talk to outside of these two.
Yeah, if anybody's out there like that, watch the thing I did today. I'd love to have somebody critique it. I'm going to do a critique of myself on it, trying to answer the what I think how people who disagree would respond to it. There's a couple things I would actually not say the exact same way, but I'm going to try to anticipate it. And I want to, so if I'm going to do that probably tomorrow, CJ, and then I want to see, that would be, and that's kind of would be an interesting idea, either doing a debate where two people took it seriously and actually, this would be hard to do. And I don't even know if I would be up to doing it or to be able to do it justice necessarily. I'd like to think I could, or I could try, but where something like where you like do what I just said I was going to do, where I try to anticipate what might try to interpret, like the things I was talking about, and then anticipate it, and then have a discussion. So it kind of goes on hopefully a deeper level. But also another idea like that would be something like where you do a debate that you're well versed on a subject, and then two people like in good faith literally do their best to and they switch positions and make a case for the other person's position and make an actual case as good as you could, and then just see what comes of that. What you ever done that? Like actually tried to argue like against your position in a serious way? Like you could do that in a debate format. It could really not go well at all too. You need somebody to be really honest about it, I suppose. And I don't know that people are even capable of going there and what that indicates, but it could be interesting. I don't know.
Yeah,
Well,
I
don't
tried
think
to
that'd be
do
a
that
bad
with the
idea.
whole.
There are a couple people I
Jesus
would
is
trust
Michael
to do
thing.
that.
One at a time, boys. One at a time. Go ahead.
Go ahead, CJ.
Sorry, I was just going to say I think that'd be a good idea, and there are a couple people I would trust to do that. But like I think some of the aforementioned, actually, Chris, Francis, Dan, Merritt, I think all four of them could potentially steel man the opposing case pretty strongly. I would hope I'm on that list as well, but nevertheless, there's some honest interlocutors out there who I think are capable of doing so.
I think for some people it's hard to tell. There's people that I think would make an honest attempt, but it's not even necessarily intelligence per se or honesty necessarily. I mean, that would make somebody good at being able to do that. I think you could be honest and make a real attempt and just kind of not be good at it. And it's hard. I think it'd be hard to know. I would definitely want to, try it with people who I think have integrity and who I think are astute and particularly intelligent and, not the type like I am, like where you put things off into the last minute sort of person. It strikes me that Crimson Air would definitely do it. Be good at it, and Dan Chapa, it seems like it's not any of you guys that you mentioned, you or anybody. I would just say at the end of the day, I'm not even sure what the attribute is that would make somebody good at that. Almost like being, there's like this weird avenue or crossover where if someone's like really ideological, they're just blind to really like being able to or wanting to understand other people's view. But then if you're too much the other way, you tend to be just kind of ambiguous. You're just kind of like, it could go either way. I tend to be that sort of person when I'm being, and particularly at trying to be understanding. I might be too open to and just like lose track of having a conviction or whatever. So it's a weird about beliefs, I think, and decisions you make. Like I can almost imagine deciding to be an atheist and like surrounding myself with atheist thoughts and hanging around with people that support that lifestyle or idea, and like you could kind of just grow into it and just be that. And like, but then I hate that concept or that thought of that idea, but I can't help but think that you can influence yourself in that way. If I only hung out with Calvinists and just shot the breeze and talked about Calvinist memes and went to a Calvinist church and bombarded myself with just Calvinist material, and I can almost just see becoming a Calvinist if I wanted to, and I could just. I don't like that notion, but it seems like that's what happens with people. I don't know. Determinism seems true in that sense.
Huh. Well, I'm slightly joking, so don't take it too seriously. But I think I'll get both of you, Yahoo and Jamie. You guys will be my fish, and I am a fish.
Well, the thing is, though, the funny thing about that is that, well, that seems to suggest determinism is true. It also, you could say it's like almost like if determinism isn't true, then indeterminism is true, and then that just means like truth doesn't exist.
Right? Yeah, we just hung out with him long enough. He finally convinced us, and our free will changed our mind.
Yeah, I just freely choose not to let that happen. So that's the problem. It's like, hey, do you know what else? Every time I freely choose to do something, when I execute that choice, I determine it. There's something wrong about just the conception, I think, that's not getting to the heart of the matter here. But it seems like the only one of them can be ultimately true. But it seems like anytime you actually end up making a decision that is not indeterminism not being true, it seems like truth is real and something's true, and then everything else regarding that matter is not true if it's not that. And if that's the case, then there is a way that's right and a way that's wrong. But why do people choose the wrong? Because it seems like that's just ignorance. And so every time you make a choice, that decision gets determined when it's executed. And so the free will can only exist in the sense of potential. It's almost like, I think maybe it seems like it's not a real thing because every time you do anything, you're executing a determination. And so determinism is true. And so it's compatibilism, right? Well, it seems though when you go to describe compatibilism, you're ultimately describing a determinism. And then you might say, well, and then if there's a God, then he's sovereign. So therefore, but then now you've just kind of admitted that it's not really both. It's actually just determinism. So that seems problematic, but at the same time, it seems evident. But then experientially, the journey, it's kind of like determinism's true in geometry, but when you try to like do trigonometry. Maybe it seems like it's something like that. Free will is the journey. Determinism is like the two-dimensional geometry, and the rest is 3D, trigonometry or something. I don't know. It seems like it's something like the answer is something like that. I don't know.
Well, so
Life's
I
a
will
journey,
say
not a
this.
destination.
Part of what you just said is definitely true. Other parts I would disagree with, but when you say compatibilism is just determinism, that is a fact. One of the common misunderstandings of compatibilism is that it's not 100% determinism, but the claim of the compatibilist is that it is what is true is both 100% determinism and genuine free will. So it's not like a mixture, but rather it is both being equally robust. It's like a kind of hypostatic union, right? We say Christ is 100% God and 100% man, and people say, okay, well, how does that work? And of course, there's a long explanation as to how it works, but compatibilism is similar in the sense that you're saying both are 100% true. Now, certainly the hard determinist and the libertarian would take them to extremes that a compatibilist might not do. Like, for example, the hard determinist might say free will just outright doesn't exist and everybody's a puppet kind of thing. Or the libertarian would say something along the lines of, we are not determined, our choices are not determined by any source outside of ourselves.
Well, what's that word you made up? What's the word you made up where the two truths are parallel to each other, even though they're kind of unrelated in a certain sense? What would you call it again?
Similethia.
See, I would say compatible. I'd say that is a cool term, and it's certainly is a word that describes certain paralleling truths. I would just say compatibilism is not that. Compatibilism is more like transgender.
So, well, I'd certainly disagree, but I will say,
I just want to assert, CJ, this is the last thing I'm going to say. Some kind of compatibilism is obviously true by what I described. I just think there's a category error regarding like decisions of the mental realm of the non-material human mind, like as far as like the physical world. You're deciding between two things, and as soon as you decide one, there is only that one reality, and the determined thing gets determined. Otherwise, there was no actual real choice. The choice is not in because once you determine it, that's the universe, and there's only one universe you're living in, and so it's like that kind of compatibilism is just evidently unnecessary. The question is there really two paths of potential? And that's what I meant by like the 2D compared to 3D sort of concept. I don't know how to try to even talk about it any more than that. So that's way more than I was planning on saying, but hopefully you get it. I think you do what I'm saying. That kind of compatibilism is true, but when we're talking about decisions, the mental realm, I'm not sure that you can say, it seems like a different category on some level, and it seems like they get kind of like a bait and switch, maybe, if potentially anyway.
Well, I'll hold some of my thoughts so that we don't open another can, but I'll just say this, and don't get me wrong, this is totally a shameless plug, but I think that you may want to potentially, if you're interested, be on the lookout for this book I'll be coming out with, because a solid third of the questions in some way, shape, or form hints to what's the deal with this compatibilism thing. And explanations are always better in writing, not only because you can go over and look over them, but also because I can be incredibly deliberate in my language in a way that I've had the opportunity to think over on weeks and months on end. You know what I mean? But if you're interested, of course.
Of course.
I've definitely enjoyed having you, CJ. I know appears like we disagree on a lot, but that's not the case. And
It's compatibilist agreement. It's compatibilism.
I only do it because I respect your answers. So yeah, I enjoyed picking your brain and getting to discuss things with you.
Well, I appreciate that a lot, Yahoo, and likewise, actually, I very much appreciate having these conversations with you. And actually, I think we probably agree on a lot more than we disagree on, to be honest.
Oh, for sure.
All I know is you guys better start doing sacrifices in your backyard temple together. And also, I want to say, although you guys disagree about theology regarding determinism, I would say you really don't disagree. You actually agree compatibly in a compatibilism sort of way. They're both. I love you guys, and thank you for coming.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Absolutely, love you too, man. It's been a great conversation.
I would rather you just said thank you and went on your way. Otherwise, I suggest you pick up a weapon and stand a post. Either way, I don't give a damn what you think you are entitled to.
I'm not who you think I am. Whoa. They call me soda pop can man. Whoa. And I don't feel well with pressure. Such a friendly gesture now. Just keep me out of the freezer. And don't give me a cold shoulder. 'Cause I am just a fragile can. Crush me, crush me, crush me with your hand. So just tap me with your finger and I'll understand. So just tap me with your finger, I won't overflow again. I'm not who you think I am. Whoa. They call me soda pop can man. Whoa. 'Cause I don't do well with pressure. It's such a friendly gesture now. Just get me out of the freezer. And don't give me the cold shoulder. 'Cause I am just a fragile man. I'm a castle made of sand. Here comes the tide again to wash me out to sea again. pressure. Such a friendly gesture now. Just keep me out of the freezer. And don't give me the cold shoulder, 'cause I am just a fragile can. Oh, and you could crush me, crush me, crush me with your hand. So just tap me with your finger, and I'll understand.